And if you do want to, I'm here as a speaker, especially with my administration, my staff, will be glad to help lead in those directions. So there are several highlights, including the annual Veterans Day recognition event, the Mesa Community College American Indian Institute Tribal Leadership Summit, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The partnership is between them, and also it highlights the Law and Order Committee led by Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. What's up and on? And there are several issues, even within the missing and murdered Indigenous and the relatives. And one important one that I see is the net action plan. This plan has been developed to have a cohesive collaboration among the three branches. And it does highlight many of the social issues on the one that has on the and the whole yes, so there are many social issues that are included within this the net action plan. I just really encourage my new colleagues here to take a look at that plan, because I know it will be one of our priorities here to address the DAP that they know in the action plan. And there are also updates on the Westwater water project, and also the Navajo partition lands, grazing permits, the NTUA utility assistance, and also the Navajo Utah Commission. And also, I reviewed in my platform, see that the NHB is the Navajo Nation American Rescue Plan Act. And that there's a brief update here within the written report. But however, I did speak that as on the administrative side, especially for my colleagues here that need that help with the regional plans, with your regional plans, and also with the allocated chapter funding for infrastructure. And I'm really looking forward to providing those information and technical assistance. And also there's, at the end of the report, it also highlights honoring our frontline workers. Every day we do express our appreciation to our health workers, to our law enforcement, and even our chapter staff and our volunteers at the community level. And we really do appreciate, on behalf of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we're in a state of emergency. And my residents, you know, I have still family who are stuck in the mud that have been there for over a week. And every time, you know, I get off from council session, I try my best to deliver water or food at least halfway. But so I just want to thank my colleagues for being out there with your communities and comforting them, and also providing those resources. Also in the report has the legislative branch programs and the divisions and the departments. And that is also within our written report. It has the recommendations and accomplishments and their goals for 23 within the second quarter. And they do have the contact information on the top for the program managers. So within our report, we do have the Office of the Auditor General. We do have the Human Rights Commission and the Navajo Utah Commission, Ethics and Rules Office, Eastern Navajo Land Commission, Navajo Government Development, and the Labor Commission, Office of Legislative Services. And they did have the opportunity to provide reports to us during our orientation. Honorable Daniels on my plan of the transitioning of the speaker staff. Then there's this transfer of powers. We have experienced that within ourselves, and also our staff will be also experiencing that themselves as a political appointee. I've been a political appointees for several years, so I already know the expectations of, transfer of leadership. You did specifically ask about who I will be naming my chief of staff within the within the speaker's office. And I did name Mr. Jarrett Hutchin. However, he's not effective as a chief of staff this week until next week. I did give that opportunity for our current staff to help transition throughout this week. So it's all you've been on the needs in the store. I know the staff worked very hard for our council session this week, making sure all the paperwork is there, making sure the meals and everything goes smoothly throughout this week. And I know I used to be a staffer for the speaker's office before, so I know how important that transition is. So I did give them the opportunity to also, if they are willing to continue or interested, I did request a resume and interest letter from them if they do wish to continue. For each individual of the staff. And I'm very open, and I just as a background within my master's degree, I really want to focus on organizational change, organizational leadership, and really having key staff that are expertise in certain areas that reflect it on our priorities. So I am still in the process of interviewing. There has been numerous resumes and interest letters that has been coming before my desk. And if you do have recommendation as well, feel free to forward those resumes and interest letters. And right now, I just have selected 2 staff so far. And one is the executive staff assistant right here at the front desk to start with the paperwork and scheduling meetings. But there will be, they have filed their paperwork. However, their immediate titles will go into effect until next week. But right now, Sherilyn is still our chief of staff. And I just really appreciate to our young viewers who are listening out there, you're more than welcome to apply. We want that chance. I know we heard that a lot of our people want that chance. I am considering those recommendations, and I did say that I'm willing to work with each of my colleagues on those selections. And if there are any other further questions, I'm willing to answer those. And thank you, and welcome to our Navajo Nation Winter Council session. Thank you.
Honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, this concludes the speaker's report. Let's establish a motion in a second. Honorable Curtis Yanito and Honorable Shauna Claw seconds the motion. First in the queue, I have Honorable George Toth. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, pro-tem Chair. Mr. Miles, anyway, I appreciate for taking over. Although I have some concerns and issue to address to our new speaker. Additionally, I wanted to visit last 2 months ago. I wanted to visit Mr. pro-tem Speaker, Mr. So. hard of honest to show that the literally just funding. And I was surprised that Mr. Speaker, I don't like this. Oh, we have a respect for the speaker. Oh, I'm just intervening. I'm still studying strong. That just sounded really I'm so stupid. Now you thank me. I really wasn't really. I used to be a speaker office. I wish I was not really. They speak about the shots on the corner, so that will be it. Yes, they are, but please, Madam, speaking. Show up. Oh, shit, go. I will teach you, and I want some honey go there. Restroom there. I don't give to them. I don't need to go and walk in that so that should everyone. They looking like I don't stay here. Just about the Jones and oh, yeah, go it and soon then again, yeah, I don't care and I have to take this responsibility, includes example. The other thing I need to know is the to establish the committees. Right now, you establish that the resolution goes on the website for 5 days comment, and then goes to the Mike, that died. I don't know if the law was changed. As soon as we appoint the speaker, confirm with them on that same day, the committees, they establish it. Later, it's for the next few weeks. And maybe, I don't know if the term is here, maybe a draft, emergency resolution to be drafted. Because we're ready to go to work. We have a lot of issues. We want to make some changes. Either. That's the main thing. Canadian, next 2 weeks, but I need to call me. No, I should not go. Wow, I was waiting for this. It wasn't set. Well, I probably changed the law and procedure. I'm saying on the February 9th, on behalf of the my chapter, they really need help and they really need our system go forward. We shouldn't be waiting for this. We used to be for either of this go. Yeah, although that's not all is handsy or yeah, Mr. or so horrible so. I don't know if I will job is to go the rest of my time will be waiting and then thank you.
Thank you, Honorable George. Next in the queue, we have Honorable Andrew Kennis Pagapelli. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah, thank you, pro-tem Speaker, Delegate Nez. Appreciate the report, Speaker Curley. I have areas regarding the office of the Speaker that had conditions of appropriations or legislative concerns. So to bring to your attention, of course, we'll have the report on the status of the audit of the Speaker. If you could, we would need your assistance in looking and securing Auditor General for the Navajo Nation. We've had an appointed position for at least the last 4 to 5 years, and there should be active efforts to have a permanent Auditor General for the Navajo Nation. The second area would be there was either a condition of appropriation or I believe it was a legislative concern that the legislative branch needs to develop a Department of Personnel Management so that we can onboard individuals who meet the criteria and pay them a living wage and a wage that is comparable to their skills and the type of service that they will be giving back to the Navajo Nation through the legislative branch. The third area was the Office of the Speaker does not have policies and procedures. And so it's not clear in terms of how internally the office works. So this would be in terms of how decisions are made, how transparency and accountability will take place. And that's why these speaker reports will be important in the future. While it always has been focused on advocacy of the delegates, I'd like to see more of an internal report, especially when it comes to the financial expenditures. So my request is at least a monthly report from the expenditures from the Office of the Speaker, like we have at the chapter, so that we understand the expenditure and accountable for the expenses that have taken place. In addition, to understand when there are certain line items that are low. My understanding from the closeout and legislation last year that there was only carryover funds from the ethics, or I believe it was from the Ethics and Rules Office. With that in mind, we need to completely understand what was the closeout from the council and its committees so that we are not overspending dollars that we do not have. The other area we'll need the help to make sure if we move forward with the legislative branch Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Plan, it has been clearly over a year that that money has been sitting there, and there needs to be some type of action so that the legislative branch can either use those dollars or else push those dollars out and reallocate them for another purpose. And that is my questions at this point. If I could get some insight, what I would want to see is additional transparency. And I have never given my authority to vote on council or decision making to the Office of Speaker or the Speaker's office. And so my hope is through this transparency that you connect with all delegates on decisions that are made on behalf of the council so that we can fully understand the position and how we are going to move forward. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kennesaw-Crotty, your reserve time is 1 minute and 26 seconds.
Thank you. I will go back to the Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, you may respond.
Honorable pro-tem Speaker, Honorable Nez, Honorable Honorable Crotty, Honorable yesterday morning was my official time of going into the office. Of course, we do have some of the staff help carrying that out today. For those just rearranging some of the areas, we do have a conference room way in the back. However, it is occupied with military military packages. So if you have any ideas on how to situate that too, feel free to do that as well. And there are several offices throughout and within the office, and many of the offices have 2 employees each, and it's a very small confined space. And you have a lobby, and we just do have one restroom, women and male, and then so and then puts out by Henry Honorable Toth, And we are the highest office here in the council. However, being looking forward to see, I have not clearly reviewed the budget yet on see what I will be working with in regards to that initiative of renovating or, reformatting the office. However, yes, I do agree that the space should be an inviting environment for the public. Just many of our constituents sometimes are looking for us, and the first thing that they should come into is a really safe, motivating, inviting environment when they come to the office of the speaker or any of the offices here within the legislative branch. And within your questions to establishing of the committees, we've been in council session for many hours. We exit the building. We don't really have time to eat for dinner at times, and really reflect on some of the the legislations that have came before us. So, however, with the little time that I do get at the end of the day, I do try to reflect on the selections of the committees and working closely with our legal counsel on the steps needed and also their recommendations on how this was done in the past. And I have been on several administrations where I served underneath several a speaker before, but I was not a part of the whole decision making of standing committees and all of that sort. So I'm new to this procedure. However, I do appreciate some of the delegates who have dropped off interest letters or resumes to me, and I do welcome that as well. If you do feel free, but you just don't want to come off forward and demand a resume. But if you do, feel free to provide that resume interest letter. I'll be really looking forward to that too. Honorable 1219 Kitigi. And I do have been communicating with some of the legislative staff on how this was done in the past, and there were several recommendations. However, I'm just weighing out my options, and also, if we do decide today, if that legislation is dropped today, then we would consider it next Wednesday or Thursday to meet that 5-day comment period. So I'm really hoping that we finish our business today, and so we can get forth with making that important decision. And for Honorable Karate, in regards to the audit, as all of you, most of us, we just entered into this position on January 10th. Anything prior to that, I know we don't really have that information yet, especially what has been happened administratively. So I had not had the time to get those specific updates on what internally has been going on within the office of the speaker. I'm fairly new and just bringing on that trend. Hopefully we get those updates. So in regards to the audit, I do need some research on how that audit came about and why. And I know the only response that I had was that the audit is not complete yet. So I don't know the previous decisions or the leadership have on their decision, on their justification of the audit. I know it is on our agenda today, and I hope we do all get those same answers. For the delegates here that don't know about the audit, I'm on the same boat as you are as well. And establishing a department of HR within the speaker's office. I know this has been highly recommended when I used to be a staffer underneath the speaker's office. And I'd be willing to push that forward to expedite a lot of the challenges that we also go through within the Division of Human Resources. And I do agree there also needs to be policies and procedures with the office. I know that there's many gray areas, especially according to transparency. You know, I've been working within communications and public relations for many years, and I know the vital importance of being transparent. You know, one thing that I do want to begin is newsletters for our standing committees, even council as a whole. Our people do have the right to know how each one of us voted. And you know, that newsletter to our people would be essential to see what is really going on. And you know, just having that comfort to our people, knowing what the council has on their table and how the debates are going. So those are some of the marketing plan that I have already been working on within the past 3 days. And within the ARPA allocation, I stated before that many of my colleagues here expressed the need for technical assistance and also an assistant to help them move the regional council projects and also the chapter projects. So I'm really looking into that, and I'm also was made aware that we do have an allocation from the ARPA. I believe is several $1 million, and I would have to get with the previous pro-tem speakers on how what was their direction for that allocation. So I just really want to be this to be a collaborative effort with each of you. And connecting with all delegates, yes, that is very important. And I throughout even proceeding with my selection of staff is really getting people who are willing to do teamwork and also working with each and every one of you within your regions, your specific issues within your regions. So I'm really looking forward to that and starting that calendar, starting the whole request within the speaker's office. And thank you, Honorable Toth and Honorable Kwame, for your questions.
Honorable Madam Speaker, there's a question that was raised by Honorable Crotty, and one of her questions was, I would like to see a monthly expenditure report from Speaker's office. May you respond to that?
Honorable Crotty for that question. This really plays into transparency. A lot of our chapters do have them on the whiteboards when we go to the chapter meetings, or they give us an expenditure of their budget sheets. And even if you're serving on the school board, you know, that whole budget sheet is made to us and we do vote on it. And budget transfers, all of that are seen. I have not gotten ahead of the budget of our office yet, and be willing to view that and then to see where we stand, and we can go forth from there to see. I know this probably does have to do with the audit as well, and if a corrective action plan needs to be put in place for that type of transparency, and I'm really willing to use that as an option as well, to be having where we stand within our budgets. Honorable Crotty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Curley. Next in the queue, we have Honorable Herman Daniels. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much for the pro-tem speaker, for the delegate mayors, for the I don't know. Transparency, oh yeah, the what's that crazy one does. It's a lot of transparency. The other sheet. But thank you for that, Shema. Kudo Gilanson, Kudo, Aravan, Kudo, Kudo, a night Kudo, the Quilfin, Kudos not on Lenny, Dita Kudo, Aronana Kudo, Malay Arpa, so the technical assistant to know that. Behind Single Ani Utana DCT, Division of Community Development, I see it on the sheets. They're working with all 110 chapters out of Nanaka, the 8.8 million, the chapter and regional projects, they're working closely with their delegates and chapter officials, chapter staff at the Higgy. So if we don't lay down at times, so that we don't yes, about it, so we don't lay down. The way down, neither skid or let it be in a way down, that is cut. Some of those of God of the very office, look at open door to the speaker's office. I shall play by instant delegates. I don't know, public with that Higgy. I call it that. He got it. I could just show them later. Speaker, he showed this and so that he got it. He don't quite hate it. So you could ask about it on the go. I don't know. The way the Navajo Utah Commission, they added the funny, I don't know what the chapter officials in Litigate chapters. This 7 Utah chapters, they added how every month we have our meetings, so it's like, oh, it's just so since Navajo Utah Commission is with the legislative branch, under speakers. So the legislative council, I don't agree with that the card on the way down. The way should be called Salt Lake City to cut the on net on February 1st. They had the way down governor, lieutenant governor, and other tribes. They were studying so that I can't cut it off. Sometimes we have questions like also I don't know, legislative branch, Navajo Utah Commission, Navajo Government Development, the election office, ethics office, to meet with these Kodo, chief of staff, Jashi Kodo, speaker, yes, to appoint staff in the speaker's office, chief of staff, Kodo, staff, Kodo, and litigate. A call attend the Kodo speaker, Kodo English mass, and yet non-English. A call Kodo in Hada English, so that I can see case a call, Zudaya, let Kodida. So the late chief of staff, Kodo. I don't keep on the nail, Kodo. The Quila is in the Lanson, Kodo. The Quila implied the Quila interviewed the island, so the Ibaban's case said that the AD nightish kid or little ADB. So it is a nightish kid, let's just do that 2 questions. Reserve time. Thank you. For time speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Your reserved time is 41 seconds. Next in the queue, we have Honorable Norman Begay. You have 5 minutes. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. Honorable Brenda Jesus, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, pro-tem speaker, Naz, Madam Speaker, do Shadeja, Crystal and Curly, given the speaker's report, though, the youth members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, although that basically had that big guys through social media platform that I've been able to schneidel from the capital of the Navajo Nation. Kokosh Shadeja, Kodon Lini Gie Ninch Kedo. Date Bonnie, so the large and I think you already know your organizational leadership background. Possibly a strategic session of the legislative branch. I don't know what the current vision is or what is your vision as speaker. And also, I'd like to hear from my colleagues, 25th Navajo Nation Council, and off of that, I don't know if there's an existing mission statement for the legislative branch as well. Out of these strategic sessions we have to do a SWOT analysis. What are the legislative branch's strengths, what opportunities we have and what threats we have. But not just smart analysis. We outline and quantifiable plans in terms of goals that we can attain within a short and long term within the tenure of our administration. I know that there has been talks about policy amendments. And maybe based off of this strategic session, we can formulate a quantifiable plan that we can actually achieve as an overall legislative branch. So, although in the 25th Council, my colleagues at the but not the staff of the legislative branch, I'm requesting an open line of communication. We know that in any workplace that is imperative. And I request that you see us as your colleagues, whether if it's the staff at the first line and the tier of management or to the upper management to your office, that we as your colleagues to be there beside you. I am humbled and honored to be alongside you as we have the same mission to attain for our communities across the Navajo Nation, as we know. I just wanted to bring this issue up, Stasia. And I want to leave you with a quote by Benjamin Franklin. Be at your war with your vices, at peace with your neighbors, and let every year find you a better person. Pro-tem Speaker. I reserve the time.
Honorable Jesus, your reserved time is 1 minute and 55 seconds. Thank you. Honorable Madam Speaker, your response.
Honorable Daniel, Honorable Jesus, Honorable Daniels brought out several points. Yes, I do plan to select staff who will provide technical assistance to the ARPA funding to help my colleagues here. I know that has been one of the number one recommendations here from the delegates throughout my past 2 days. When you're here in Window Rock and many of our chapters do need assistance. And it just takes that communication, but if we could provide that helping hand to help you push those legislations through, open door policy, not only council chambers, delegate's office and the speaker's office, and that is what we are here for, to be a public servant to our people. So of course my door will be open to our visitors, either if it's our relatives, our chapters, our staff, anybody that is there. Navajo Youth Commission, you do have 7 chapters in Utah, and you did mention that they meet 1 month, every month. And your request was to have a possibility of legal staff to these meetings. And I will look into that. I'm not sure if there is already contracts in place with attorneys or anything connected with the commission. And I'll be willing to look into that for you, Honorable Daniels. And what's I do know that when you get to the federal or state level, the type of legal assistant would be beneficial to you. The Kunepa 19 Kitiki Chief of Staff Asia Heads Armed and Tido Hela and that is Niliki puts up a shipping need a core is up by Hinton Koto put on that shipping Kitiki. And I did mention that I did select Jared Hutchin. He is also within the St. Michael's community. John Arizona State University, across the street, President Migrant, but we all went to school together and we had that collaboration and friendship and that communication, really that at that early age of our youth and our early adulthood. You start making those networks and partnerships, and many of us are here because of that. Though I know as a chief of staff, you have to see somebody that you have high confidence to handle tremendous amount of workload. Mr. Touchin, I know he does have the numerous years of working with numerous leadership, both at the state, local, and especially at the federal level. And that's, I chose him as my chief of staff is based on that type of credibility. And it's really going back to trust and accountability with one another. And in regards to how many did apply, as you know, it's just been, I just been speaker for, this is my third day. And you know, it was unexpected, as I would say, it was a true honor to be selected as speaker. And automatically, right then and there, I wanted to have someone there on the spot that would help me, guide me through these transitions. So, but like I said before, my pool of applicants is totally open to resumes and letters of interest. And along the way, I'll be willing to meet with them, especially after we adjourn, hopefully soon, today or tomorrow, we can start that process of evaluating the applicants. But I know in the past, they all have the speaker in each here, then they already have staff one day and no one knew about it. But from my standpoint, I'm willing to, make it an open pool. Again, Honorable Daniels, strategic session, and I do agree, yes, especially with the background of public administration, if we have been in a role of a program manager or a director, we have that same thought of thinking of how can we align our goals within a SWOT analysis and having these quantable and qualitative data analysis between where we are standing at, either through fiscally or through policy. And that does need to happen not only within our council, within our direction, but with all of the programs underneath the legislative branch. In which direction are we going? So I do agree with that, Honorable Jesus, and thank you for recommending that as well. I know he'd have that expertise background within that field too. And I do agree, working side by side. I know we just recently got our phones and have our email set up, and better way of connecting with one another was first day of session. Kadopa, I'm really looking forward to meeting with each and every one of you. And like I mentioned to Honorable Daniels, I will do have an open door policy, so feel free to come on in. I am getting the help from the staff of setting up my calendar as well. So be really looking forward to working side by side and having the staff there as additional help. And thank you for the quote too. Kodashi Shanam, it's Thank you, Pro-Tem Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Curley. Next in the queue, we have Honorable Norman Begay. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Pro-Tem Speaker Nez, Madam Speaker, the audience that are in the gallery, though, 25th Council, though. Good morning, good to see you. Report you to Speaker and that is King, Madam Speaker. Aro Croatian that is national, and the Aro showing cases. You change the we kick out never that is knowing. You doesn't in ya. Issue out on me. Aro equal, this was only Glendition ya. Action or Kasi. 23 in action, a top in Danalo. We are in a Hidani Tiria. So, Livo wanting kitchen down now, because of it in cow, the Yate, so, she are Amazon, the Yate, on the Queen Nation, she gave you on its officials, and clear. So, it area, but the name card is net. A Bahan needs no, Yate for this. Color on its questions, it's single. And never deal was the never in that deal in this chapter. Cardinals never on that deal in chat, no, grow. I see it conquer. I wrote in us we Cargia, Inchkid or Legia, either. John Lynch's Nashada, Cardizida, an operation. Get large and get Hanel, deal acquire. Couldn't get you like summer session, that 3 months at Washington, so what activities are going on with the council, what are the main priorities, in the New Mexico, Arizona, Utah area, most important things that we need to keep our eyes open for. Thanking Bakada Yaro, get box of mailbox, email them, Chida Yao. That is in someone's case. I wrote the quite get 25th because once every 3 months or 6 months, at least quarterly. I saw base box closed door or meet somewhere. What we need to accomplish here moving forward for our people. The next in the house, all the hotel chapters in the house, like this emergency response, we need to talk about that. These are some of the issues that we need to bring up and follow through. What do we need to do on our part to make it move smoothly? You're going to be traveling a lot, yeah. And they housing us on Washington, therefore, and no, because people open door policy in India and they go pro-temp in Kileo. We're open for that. I'm willing to be a pro-temp for you. Now, I just in position on the shoulder that I can do my duties from with the phone, yeah. So, but 24th Council in Cotton Days, on the chapter, no, because it's Belgro, but just Saro, or the phones on then just take a not so say card, Ilalaka. So, a time that if the show, I'm very excited for you that you're in the speaker position, though, got history, 100th anniversary, summer council, you see, Diego. 나도 신하시다고 되니 에이타입은 나타기 그러와 아우스 반대 통신교비가 you know we still have spring session though moving on forward though 근데 다기 아니 좀 카나스 늘게 아기시 예고 jobs that business how do we collaborate with the reform chapters the reform 늘게 out this one so how 반대 통 나도가 니 가서 Что-то бизнес, а это я по бананиш. А ты банан кого да пис бан ты тоже это таки баядыр чонжон доллар. Он сололи. Натан, thank you.
Honorable Norman Begay has no reserved time. He didn't. Okay, thank you. Next in the queue, we have Honorable Jermaine Simonson. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah, it's a good morning, Speaker Pro Tem working as well as Madam Speaker, Ms. Curley, the rest of my colleagues, Konaisi, Tanigi. Yeah, it's a thing though. I want to also co-sponsor Brenda's speech on Janukasadi Hadzi. So I just want to just ask a few questions, and some are very similar to what others have posed. So, so one thing that I need to know, peso, I think, no, the creature be a ticket, peso chino in hit it no, a coho. The way that I look at this operation is you're running a business here. And so when we do that, how many positions are in this legislative staff? So we're pretty clear that there's a chief of staff. I'm pretty clear that there should probably be a PIO. But in addition to that, what other staff are listed in these positions? How many, and what exactly are they here to do? What are their job descriptions, their scope of work? So I'd like to have that kind of information. And I agree that we should have a leadership meeting, whatever you call it, strategic planning leadership meeting. And that is for us to come together and create a real good vision and a plan for us to follow it within this year. And I think if we are guided by good vision, we can accomplish much. Also, this is, this here is the people's house. I appreciate that you say that you will have an open door policy, and we just have to, I feel like, we need to look at our facilities here and how are they welcoming, and that's all the way down to signs that we may have, that little thing that closes there, those are, they're not clearly, it's not a verbal language, but it's in line with body language, and how are we welcoming to folks, and how do we, for some of the grandma here last night, this was her first time here, and so how do we, I'm certain there are rules in this house, and our visitors that come, our people that come, and we should be able to share that information with them. I'm also interested in knowing what your committee selection process is going to be. I would really appreciate how you're going to go about that. And then just lastly, Shadeja, I'm really, about teamwork. That is my favorite kind of work to do. But I also really appreciate open lines of communication and just to be straightforward. And so in that process, I would just caution you to use words like the speaker staff or my administration, my staff. And I'm looking forward and all elders, like I look forward to working with you. That these meetings, and I reserve my time.
Honorable Jermaine Simonson, your reserved time is 55 seconds. Thank you. Honorable Madam Speaker Curley, your responses.
Pro-tem Speaker, Honorable Members, Honorable Kudona Kigo, I'll be first with the Honorable Brigade here. Kudo, New Vacancy, Kudo, Shot 2023, Mahaban Kansas case, then there's no Hachina Hana, though, catch it though, not just hit that. There's that. As a motherly duty, we look at our children equally, even our nephew and nieces. And plans of operation, there's Arizona State, New Mexico, Utah, that priority to give the agency. So I was having that discussion this morning on where that legislation that last evening. And so that is who put on that was Honorable Daniels, and we did adopt the Utah priorities. However, we also need to consider the Arizona and New Mexico this case. So that we really strongly do favor to have either a special or a regular navigated session. They have that big go, and that's your opportunity to have your priorities for your communities there. They should for that you need for the honorable brigade. Meetings, quarterly leadership meetings. I'm pretty sure you're referring to leadership meetings among our colleagues here. There are priorities, and especially now with the emergency response, and we do have that option to put in the caucus that and that's our opportunity to collaborate together and listen to one another on a brigade. And we do need to sometimes I feel like we do need to get on the same page at times. As she has out the and I'm willing to agree with that and just need to look for the parameters from our legal counsel of how that can be accomplished. So get the heads on to get this when you read even for our caucus rules and all of that sort, and I'm willing to work with you on that honorable brigade. Out of the 100th anniversary, centennial anniversary of our council, 1923. They should not hold late in summer, especially with the regular trail ride and all of that, honoring our past leadership and also our people, how far we have come. Being the council chambers being passing 20, it was built in the 30s, 10 years later after the council was established. And we also be willing to plan that event to go. The chapter reform, the Title 26. I know in the past, several councils did have a Title 26 task force that they established it, but and I know that those types of task force or subcommittees have tackled down the issues of how they can improve Title 26. Honorable delegates, we do wish to go forward with that initiative. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, for the Handsy, we talked about how can we start preserving our funding. It is as an administrative thinker, you have to look at our books and the projections, not only within this year, but from 5 years from now. It was shrinking so it was up on this case and how we can, how can we stretch our dollars? And it does go back into administratively, back to how the budgets of the speaker's office is. Like I said, I haven't clearly looked at what contracts are in place or with who, and those are just some of the discussions that I do need to have following this session, and be willing to provide that report if needed. But like I said, if you do that, have those questions, my door will be open. And right now, according to the budget or the job description, there's 12 positions within the office of the speaker. That does include the chief of staff, communications team, and also the legislative staff assistants. And I do agree with the welcoming atmosphere during the council chambers. I'll put that during the renovation process underneath Speaker Bates. That was the initiative of renovating the council chambers. I know we do have the ADA compliant here within the building as well. So that's a really big plus for all of us. So any of our elders or peoples with disabilities can come and see our council session. But however, we do need to put that touch of that welcoming touch to our chambers. Committee selection process by I have been getting several help from our legal counsel on what the procedures are on the steps. Like I mentioned before, I asked her about how has it been done in the past, or what type of input or recommendation can you put forward to me? And I did have several of my colleagues here come approach me, and they gave me their resumes and their letters of interest. I know I did receive several input, so this really do welcome that. I don't say I can't talk to you about that. I just each one of you have approached me, so I gave that response, and I said, let's talk about this. If you do have additional questions, here's my phone number. For some of you that have approached me, but there were several ideas on the recommendations. I guess in the past they did have either in caucuses or agency caucuses. So I'm just really looking on how the standing committees, I believe there needs to be one within each agency, and 6 members on BNF, 6 members on RDC, and 6 members in HES, and 5 in law and order. But I'm willing to, if you do have a preference, or if you just even like to entertain that idea, like I said, I'm really open and willing to work with. And just want to make that, like I said, I really want to finalize this as soon as possible. As Norman Honorable Brigadier Daniel, or one of the delegates answered was, we do need to push this forward. So I'm trying to push this forward to meet that 5-day comment period for next week. And the same with the Arizona and New Mexico priorities. And I forgot to mention, Honorable Daniels, we are working on the New Mexico Native American Day next week. We're getting those logistics down with our lobbyists as well. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Curley. Next in the queue, we have Honorable Shondine Parrish. You have 5 minutes.
Speaker Pro Tem Nez Adol. It's Speaker Curley Dole, 25th Navajo Nation Council. Good morning, everyone. It is an honor to ask these questions to our speaker this morning. It's my first time in council, and our first time being able to ask a true Asatnantani, and it's just monumental for many of us. And this morning I wanted to ask, considering the new leadership on the council, there are 16 new members, and I appreciate some of the comments that were made earlier about being strategic and moving forward. I think a lot of us want to be cohesive and to move as quickly as possible, considering the federal deadlines for a lot of these dollars. We also consider the how we're going to continue to bring in revenue for the Navajo Nation. We voted for change. Our whole nation voted for change, and I wanted to really underscore the importance of transparency and keeping this open, our chambers, our council open to the people. So that goes to really analyzing how can we be more effective? How can we be more efficient as a council? What are some things that your suggestions? What is your vision for how we can work together, bridging the incumbents with the new delegates? I think that with our discussions yesterday, I guess we all need to continue to work together within our own council and be able to move forward and respect one another. Again, I just want to underline those things, and I wanted to ask, what is your vision for the communications plan for the council? How are our voices as delegates in our committee is going to be heard among our nation? What is your plan for the council, and how we can convey this information that we're passing in our committees, in our subcommittees even, and council to the Navajo people? Thank you. Oh, wait, sorry. One last thing. I just also wanted to suggest that if it is in the budget to think about interns and including additional staff for our legislative staff. I know they do an important job. And as somebody who I worked in the Arizona State Legislature, and I know the importance of having interns and really trying to allow our young Navajo people to continue to climb that ladder so that they can gain that insight. Thank you, and I reserve my time.
Honorable Shandine Parrish, your reserved time is 1 minute, 59 seconds. Thank you. And next in the queue, we have Honorable Curtis Yanito.
Yate Shema Crystal Crowley. I shall not put on how we start to and that's what you told you. Niatia now knows that our tailor. What in by hints and children around the nation, which is sure that around these 2 million that's familiar what I but I'm going to congratulate you as a Speaker of the House. I praise you a lot. You and us, even not these kids. And you hold during that catch a world in this sort of our nation. As far as Angeles or catch a world, but it's in the and that's so kindness. There's a emergency say. And I don't the emergency is underneath our daily here. See for that meet our hadith in. So we even need better housing. I thought that horse hasn't been a chapter about what's in the way and he hasn't been a kill. So it's so that's for me that's a similar to Asia. I would in this case in the evil. But this emergency management program does a set either not equal to the class Miss Jim. I call quite easy to shot and in either when I shower to the sort of huge reservation, the Navajo Treaty Nation in Carvation that either to the sort trucking. I don't know that I seen nuclear material though in that those were very dangerous materials.
of course, related uranium mining, so I wanted to be a miner, and so I took a lot of hazardous material training. This Navajo Nation is kind of right now. I'm kind of afraid to drive on these roads. You should be so the chapters that need emergency plans. You know, I think we need to give an assignment to the executive branch. The transition team because we need to really look at our safety of our communities. Another issue is the communication system. When there's a presentation going on here, they don't have a communication with their departments from here. That they have to retrieve those, in recess, and that is now for waiting for those documentation. This communication system needs to be upgraded. I see time that we can actually research into it and analyze what all the documentations are available to us. That I don't know, you go in at the with the auditing with the speaker, this pertaining to the communication system though. In there, I want to ask you questions about Navajo language. Case from your point of view, making this language as official language for the Navajo Nation. I don't the chambers now. I see we always say this is the Navajo Nation. So call ladies to the it all started over there at the Netha. In lay between Farmington and Navajo Dam. The chaos on
your time expired, Honorable Curtis Yanito. What I'm going to do here, honorable members of the 25th Council, and Honorable Madam Speaker, I've heard from the floor to give colleagues an opportunity to be pro-tem speaker. And I believe this is the perfect time for one of our colleagues to sit here as pro-tem speaker. There was language of respecting our colleagues, and I would like to step down and give the gavel over to Honorable Brenda Jesus to facilitate the meeting so she can learn how to use the gavel up here. So if Honorable Madam Speaker Curley, would you concur? Thank you very much. Honorable Jesus, may you please step forward front and center. You too.
Additionally, Honorable Ricky Nance for allowing the opportunity to myself as a delegate to experience what it feels like to sit in this chair here. Yeah, I'm very news, and then also to our Madam Speaker as well. So as we continue down the lane, we do have Miss Annabelle Nota in the queue, so you do have 5 minutes. Mr. Honorable,
Chicago Sinclair, although Speaker Pro Tem, Senator, I know you'll do a good job up there, 25th Council delegates in here, so the speaker, staff, and Zinigi, you guys have done a great job since I've been here. It's only been a short time on my part, but I want to commend your work as the speaker staff. I think you've done an excellent job. Although Speaker Curley, I've said this to you already, congratulations, Yate. Happy to have you, the first young lady, as the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. Although, as you know, that you're the presiding member, you're going to navigate legislative rules, it means you know the business on the floor. But to become efficient, expeditious, spend the entire day on one resolution, and I know that we have some regulations, and that's one of the things we need to look at as we do a strategic plan. Council rules and yesterday, like I said, kind of the tail wagging the dog. To all the presenters. The people that we serve. This council. I think the council is open to.
It goes back to Title II and the council rules of order. We just need to maybe work on those as a team. I like your idea of these common set of goals and priorities. I know the strategic planning, you know, the delegate, it's very important. I think we do that. Although this information, like your newsletter, the communication aspect, we do need to share all of this information with the state, federal, and local authorities. And maybe as a team, we can do a better way of getting that information out. Although those newsletters, I think it does a good job of bringing the services closer to everyone. And I have faith in you, and I've trusted you in the ethics and moral values that you have for the betterment of our nation. And the reforms, I think, is the important thing, the communications, and then just being more efficient with our being on the legislative floor. Congratulations again, and I look forward to working with you. I'll wait my time. Thank you.
Mr. Honorable Nota, and you did waive your time. So right now we're going to go ahead and go back to Madam Speaker for the questions that were posed by Honorable Parrish and Honorable Yanita. Yeah.
Honorable Jesus, maybe recommendation to have all our councilwomen up there throughout the whole day. I know we're really excited to learn, especially the rules and the order of business. If you hadn't seen me though, like Honorable Ricky Nez for putting shut it up there, she done put good up there. Honorable well, not that kid, Honorable Parish. Yes, I do agree we are approaching many deadlines, especially within the American Rescue Plan Act. And there has, I know in, I don't know where each of my delegates stand, but I know the Fiscal Recovery Fund office has no director right now, and that is a liability, and it is concern with each of us. And that's why I put within my platform that we do need to have that technical assistant to meet those deadlines. I know many of our constituents are looking forward to with our chapter officials to begin rolling that across. However, I know there have been with the 24th Navajo Nation Council, several honorable delegates did get their legislation across the board, and it was signed into law by the last administration. However, there's still a significant of us that still either need to do amendments or changes to those projects, or proposing a whole plan. And we're really willing to work with that with you, on the parish and of the rest of my colleagues. And how there is a question about revenues too, in terms of our council and overall as the nation could only get a permanent trust fund plan 5 years ago that has and we are approaching that deadline as well. I believe we are in our 3rd year. Not very neutral. Really looking at the projections of how much revenue is coming back into the nation, and we do need to have that conversation as well within the permanent trust fund plan. Also within the effectiveness for those moving forward, especially with collaboration, and it does take all the 3 branches. But during the opening day with President Boo Nygren and Vice President Rochelle Montoya, there has to be that line of communication as well. And be looking forward, he is willing to have a cup of coffee with us, and especially with our priorities that overlap into the executive branch programs and departments. And then he also talked about the communication plan. That's when I mentioned the marketing plan of our council here. And I've been working in public relations and communications for the past over 10 years. So not only am I an editor, a graphic designer, a visual person, I'm really willing to do that for our council here, providing those newsletters, updating our website, even live streaming our council meeting on a website. Those are some of the issues that we need to look into, especially within the IT perspective and technology and catching up within that spectrum. And so those are some of the ideas that I have been drafting down with executing that marketing plan, communication plan. And one of the things that I want to highlight is, I know we have the standing committees, and one of my goal is to at least have a press release every week for each of the standing committees. And that needs to be highlighted too to our constituents on what standing committees some of their final authorities are at the committee level. And we need to make that also communicate that with our people on what laws are being passed just at the community level, and just really strategizing my communications team to meet that goal. And also with the pagers, it makes us think clearly, it really makes us think back to the home level. However, we do also have to look back into our budget. And I know our next budget is coming up, and maybe those are some of the recommendations here from the floor. Be willing to help with that plan if that's the wish of the council to have interns or pagers here within our council. Even if we can just even easily start here at the council level or, start working into our standing committees. However, that would have to be tied back into the budget for the honorable parish. Honorable Benito, emergency response. It's I think, and I do agree. And within the executive branch, that really goes back to the executive branch, how they have established their incident command structure. And I just really want to point out to my colleagues here that we can all be the first responders if you really want to look further into responding to emergency, there's always resources on the FEMA website, and you can get free training or free certification on ICS 100 or ICS 700. Those are some of the initial steps to help your communities, especially filling out forms such as the 213s, 204s. Those are the structure of the incident structure that they work with. So if you need to talk with you one-on-one, if you need that assistance within your chapters, especially during this emergency, executive branch net, I don't know if my colleagues are on the same level too. We have not received any press releases in our emails. And of course, as we know, I've just been getting press releases off of social media. And that is also an issue about that communication. And we really look forward to work with that with the executive branch chiefs over there. Waiting on documentation on legislation. This is an example from yesterday. Just to have certain provisions and staff. And that also aligns with the expectation not only of sponsors, but also with the executive branch themselves. Initially, it's just a recommendation if you're sponsoring legislation and you have a feeling that there's going to be additional questions pertaining on, especially when it comes to budgets. I know it's always a long process of getting current balances or getting the different formulas. But it's just my recommendations to me on honorable Benito. Should be needed shift of people a one his the something the sub my seeking we go by yesterday. And it is just being that mentor for our younger people to start learning our Navajo language and practicing it here in our chambers. And I believe within the 24th Navajo Nation Council, they did have a Navajo language committee. I believe it was a committee or commission. They could look at a lot for our colleagues if you do want to continue with that initiative. Honorable legislative reforming the Title II, and this also kind of relates back to Honorable Benito's question about Navajo language. I believe within the 24th Navajo Nation Council, they did have a committee on Title II. And on Kim House of that, but if you do wish to put that priority as our council, we can reestablish that committee or just reappoint to that committee. And the communication packet priorities, yes, that's one way to utilize our speaker staff is having those priorities in line for us. From the Arizona State Capitol, that Quincy could. But but from a point is to have at least one pagers for each of us to even utilizing your LDAs or our staff to help prepare those type of documentation. But this also refers back to there's no set in stone Arizona or New Mexico priorities, which we're hopefully to plan for another session soon.
with Najib Behana has seat well there, but not a hen. Then I said, off Kitty, a hat. Madam Speaker, for giving response to your colleagues. We will go next into the queue, Mr. Honorable. So, Ando, you do have 5 minutes and you can go ahead.
Okay, 그런 신청 sit Madam Speaker. No, no reporting do on such a case. So I mean, what do I do? Do I go up and present your report for the 24th Council? Stepped up to the plate on it and getting back on the agenda as the speaker. So quite get you should not kiss your name. 근데 물어봤거든요. 또 이거 이나 say over the issue. Aro coordinator over this ego. Bigden yahagon ani never whether it's lower, whether it's for the media, whether it's for the public. That of trolls. As I say, okay, for young people. Sit. And a year, maybe going in some cases, yeah, isn't it? So that as you go, today I can never not you. You want to see you trip and fall. That's the way it is. Okay, all that thought I imagine that drawing for none, indeed, naked. Passing shit. And what that? Yeah, there, what that? I don't know, God, you get none of that. Okay, that. I owe you the chance to go. Next, me, none, social media page, the other day, you get drawn by Mr. Husking, Navajo Times. You know, on a street. Really, not only that, in there, only don't see, not only the we have to need. Need that. We will happen to need all these show by just how would keep that would be lost. Kadishing then come on here or I think Corona not be. I don't your whole day. Your whole when ye no the just so speaker's office to the door with no name. Yeah. What he just the that isn't the job is to protect the council. Quite gets the next to that. Wants in shift. Even now before that. I heard that you have to question Ishani. They have been started a different I don't know. They're not going to back off. They're going to watch them laugh and smile and everything as you fall. That's the goal. That's it. On shit. Shake it over, cut it over. The nice part of that. The crisis. I don't know. We really have to have a discussion on the committees. Really hope that the practices of what prior illustration of how committee was selected is not practiced.
delegate regions deserve to have different committee representation by each term. With others. Because those other areas that we now, even your able, oh, they are hard to treat, uncomfortable. I go, oh, stop it, I'm not sure, go, Joshi, no one class, if I'm not.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Oso. Although you have no reserved time. Although the next one in queue is Honorable Shauna Claw. You do have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Speaker Pro Tem, Madam Jesus, Coalition Dejan Lenigi, Speaker Curley. Shashi physical behabesti a call and OU the San Lenigi a club Hishmad Shigi a Bahas and Dosh and Eva. Ada be a Bansis Kitty a coded the rules of order. A Bansis case only. A call. Those are some of my concerns is just the way we conducted ourselves yesterday. We do see a need to modify and amend our rules of order. So I am in support of the strategic work session. I see the China Bansis case. A call a windy over afterly. So I have a recommendation that this council leave something behind and that we create a curriculum of our Navajo Nation government so that people all across our Navajo Nation and abroad may learn about our Navajo Nation government. And just like what we said, you know, if there is a problem within the home, we know about it. In here in the council, there's some tension and there may be a little bit of conflict in the platforms. According to A, the way I look at it, you have that potential to be one of the greatest leaders. So just as I stated to our president, you know, I want you to make your own path, to think for yourself. And I have known you for many years. For me, I'm very proud of you from Central Agency. And one of the things that I am concerned about is the Nebede has ani my concern is for the legal counsel, and I don't have any intention of, you know, retaining someone that's not familiar with it, who's going to be learning on the job. We have 11 of our members here of the legislative staff. I respectfully ask that we set up a selection committee based on members from the 24th and the 25th council at your discretion, but we hold a committee that helps in the selection, because I feel that, you know, we have to integrate and weave some of the knowledge from the prior staff along with the new ones. Because we as new members have learned from that. People across the Navajo Nation voted for change. So we don't want to fall into that same footstep of the same old. As I mentioned, you know, Central Agency, we have a very big responsibility. Many of our chapters, they need assistance. So I'm here to offer my support to you to help with our communities of Nazrini, many farms, and then also Blue Gap, Tachi, Lemon, and then also Whippoorwill, and if need be, Lone Mountain, and then also to the whole Navajo Nation.
You know, we're here. I'm your big sister. So sometimes we may get after you, we may guide you, but we're here to help you. So we're here to uplift you. We're here to celebrate your day. You made history, and we're very proud of you. I wave my time. Yeah, Honorable Sean Clark with the next one in the queue is Honorable Cheryl Razzie. Is she via Zoom? She is via Zoom. So Honorable Yazzie, are you on the call? You can have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'll go ahead and get started. So good afternoon, pro temp speaker. You do look good up there. I'm on Zoom and I can see you. Madam Speaker, and to the 25th Council, and to all my relatives that are listening online. Good afternoon. And again, I'm happy that, you know, we have very good moisture. It's going to help all of our plants and our animals. So I'm very thankful for that. I'd like to also ditto, and there's many things that have already been ideas and thoughts that have been already brought up, you know, strategic planning, having our language as the official language for Navajo Nation, monthly reports, you know, want to make sure that, you know, our budgets are in line, that we're efficient with our funding and even our time. You know, I don't want to be wasting your time, our people's time. Be respectful of that and make sure we streamline our meeting times, how we plan our meetings, you know, make sure that we're on top of as much as we can. You know, I like to really be efficient, you know, having all of the reports or legislations in front of me so I have time to read it and be able to understand it. And if on my own I have questions, you know, I can go ahead and learn more. That's how I do best. And I can help my community the best way that in that manner. So, you know, if there's ways for you to do that and that is your background. So, you know, that's what I expect from you then. This is my first day on Zoom on the line, and we did receive a letter from a voter that said they want to see improved online communication. So I want to also bring that up. The other thing that I'm hearing is in the 4 major committees, I think that should be done in a fair manner. No one delegate should have any priority for any committee. And I think, is it a terrible idea to think that all delegates should have a voice and a vote in all the committees? Because everything in those 4 major committees, it affects and impacts all of us across the board. I think everybody should at least have a say. And however that's done, I think, you know, we should be entertaining that. And again, trying to also think about how do we do that in a way that is has innovation in there, and then we're also being efficient with our resources and it's at our capacity. The other thing I want to say is, you know, let us be mindful of our disparaging comments on the floor, you know, be respectful of one another. You know, I want to be, how I'm hearing this is, you know, we're all family now, and that we're all in the Hogan making these huge decisions. There are so many things in this booklet that the staff have put in front of us, you know. So I'm thankful for Otto for putting this booklet together, and then the staff. This is what I think a lot of it is going to already be in this book of what the transition that they want us to work on from the 24th Council to us, you know, and there's a lot of work that we need to do. And I think it's going to also start with us, you know, really working together. And I'm very proud that you're up there. I'm very proud that, you know, I believe you're going to do a good job. You're going to, you know, you're just going to do a good job. So I'm very thankful for that. And thank you to all my colleagues and everybody again online. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. I waive my time.
Yeah, I don't, shout only, Sherwin Yazi Ado. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the last, delegate that's in the queue right now. Adan Shanatani, yes. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and just proceed to Honorable Helena Nesbitt-Gay, and we'll go ahead and go back to Speaker, Madam Speaker, to answer the questions. You have 5 minutes left. Oh, yeah, it's been a goal. My 25th Council, I see 20, although share aware, Madam Speaker, Crystal, although pro-tem, Brenda, Ako, Honorable, Jesus, although in general, I saw the donut, the need of I saw the yacht. The Hashing the one on the talking to how it has thousand. Although I've been until clear, I call on the what a shot chin and coffin, what I saw the home. She a flower, inch cable share where they had not added until on chapters going there. Some of them don't even know who our speakers are. I should only yet the honey alcohol. We as Native people were visual people. So had a dollar, not by a don and hidden tinoda, Nichen. It's not more, but I you're getting tea. I call, what's in the chapter house there? I call on hit $100. That way, the communities are not added up on you to the bed the house. And his speaker laughed at another. Aden Hanan Tato. Oyon had the highest chapters go. A ship in Napaki at data. So we didn't really know how to give the direct answer of what happened to the money. It's like we didn't know. I call Ebony Nago, you can call visit our chapters. That way they get to know you and you get to know the communities out there. Ahot Hosen, Lentia, Dahada, are there Kayate, Ikala, Vincent or Letlako. Ahot our ancient ancient Nishto. Out of the net on it, Katna, or are they kept it in the go. Yebit Hahot, then Yebit Haho, Yahot, every carto. I don't hear not on in here. Nishinat Mitlanon. Now, so 8-inch cable lecture where I don't that the only sound system coded to IEC needs to be improved or zoomed up. I see though although I just want to say thank you to Che Honorable Odo So, who we just came on board at the 25th Council, you know, Shirley Yalsi. The chief of staff, I seem to cut you jail for us new ones. They gave us their guidance. I see they gave us their support. So the what non and he did no. I hear his she says they go. So what's a hater? Sonny an older person ahad hasses dido ahad haho after enjoyment a shot na hat me do oyon art of the excuse na hajan they go be a ya what's ever na sound to art chin ya hawan a sound jin of that oyon yo is just a big higher na ka even na a bit hot was sunny that a sweet after or after a yacht you put on and hit it next car. Even additional machine or other conjunct had to see how to do your selection. We're a team that they near and that they the way I saw that they need that stone should go that the no, then that we out of the other see though, that it's a match of an answer, I'll see the way, oh, yeah, I wait my time. Yeah, Honorable Nesbitt, I'm going to go ahead and give it back to Madam Speaker to make a response to the 3 delegates. Yeah.
Hashit Abasin case go koto shijin hinsi ki ba hinsen sisi here go shijin koto shije and needed na shan de koto a son in the shle man shle and need sa to yat a higi need that pizza net the aita koto abanizi Telecommunications, I should say, it's not, this is not my first rodeo relationship, but that's Jim the method check can't leave. And what's Erna? The Bosani ambassador Jabon, no good method cut Jabon, and had deep and you remember the Junico and Sita case. Adam that says, look at all, you done that, leave that. Should chase next. It was not a should chase boxes case left. But the push it me home. And there she has tweet the nantina on civil course. And it is true, you know, there has to be a type of resiliency of the leadership. Don't let that with us that now such shut the then there be for one thing for now can you with us so that's the calm that's the calm what the with us I don't think the any says that it's on the Facebook social media we get that the car she could do something to it or she is other one she wants how the never had just and got the hot up had to draw the she brought me the I imagine people that the had just and got the net and that's the teaching I was brought up with. If you don't know a person on a personal level as a family, the hot up to drop the yapa has to get the Janita, Hera, Mujik, Eba, Janita, she told me. Hot up as this kid, she gave the Doshanas at my finicky. Yes, I do get a lot of pushback on social media with the problems and the got to the sunset. However, I should add in some cases that the inata, which is not what equal that's infant. And that's my level of thinking and my upbringing of how I respond to a lot of these negative comments, rumors, gossip. But whatever, like, I don't much at me, don't know, the Napa just enough. And I just wanted to make that clear, and it is true. Myself and my family have been prepared for this justice of legal. And I truly believe that my elders have prayed for me to be here today. And that's always been my outlook on a lot of you know, to a lot of the pushback, and it's expected of a leader. It's expected, and
just using my love and a job that do Rasha job even in a couldn't get past of that. Although I should she's so kids I'm not thought she's not I should be yesterday the hair that she had zita. And I always make that point that, you know, if you want to learn a fact about my life, feel free to come over to me. Just like the air all day, the old deeds that I had one, then not the I'll drop the there for what the budget are. I'll bring my bitch to the kid. Every gosh, every gosh, Kodo, Shinango, Shahak, Kodo, Shija, Kodo, Shija, Hansy, Ikito, Kodo. And I do agree with your comments and your advice and your support for them by sharing them. And one thing is, as delegates here, that's all expected of all of us. And we really do need to have that mutual respect with one another. Should either not the now I'm very great with constructive criticism. I welcome it. But Asha, not the delegate job. Issue cool, and on the story, Quashik, other quotation and Anashuniki. Other honorable Shadik. Funzago holds that we've been sharing this journey as sisters from our home communities. And I really appreciate her for her team for standing strong for our children, for our students. For advocating for our children, learn the curriculum from Navajo government here house. And I do agree with that too. Navajo government development. That's under our legislative branch. And that should be one of the recommendations that we put to them too. Navajo government I don't know if it has been updated to this year. So maybe that's one of the directions that we can give to them too. Rule of order. We can check and that's what we conduct ourselves with within committees for those in council. And we do need to have a strategic session for our new delegates here. I know it's a manual guide that we're still learning to study. And sometimes sometimes we have to practice it. And I've been learning for the past 3 days, really in practice. The speaker speaker name meeting up here and speaker David, speaker on so I knew the rules but when you get up there it is a total different story. Of course, thank you for your patience too for and I hope we can all have the opportunity to be up there as well. And this with the new course change for all of us to be collaborative in this and legal counsel and I haven't really looked at the parameters of the policies and procedures of how that will stand forth. However, I really already had that established relationship with our legal counsel, Dana Broco, and she's been very helpful and instrumental in interpreting a lot of the issues and the interpretation of laws that we have been doing. And I know during orientation, a lot of us colleagues have those same questions on how the selection is done and how long does a legal counsel serve. Issues we need to plan that for just such as the standing committees. And I know one of the biggest things as a speaker is being here with the majority of the administrative functions, the paperwork, and yes, I'll be calling on to you to give that type of assistance, and also to my chapters here,
one thing that I really want to strengthen is my time management and having that accountability also to my chapters. I've just been going on some of my chapters yesterday, going back and forth with the emergency funding. And it should work that way, and working with my colleagues to also for asking for their support if it impacts my community tradition. So on Zoom, honorable for bringing up the written report. Yes, it is the highlights and the goals of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And if you do need help with getting further information or details regarding some of their initiatives, and like I said, stated before, you know, if it's at your discretion to continue those initiatives here within the council, we can probably get with staff if you have a particular subject that you want to concentrate on. Meeting committees, and if you do have an interest, you know, I say that before that you're more than welcome to talk to me, and if you do have a resume, feel free to drop that off with me. And we can also have that discussion with the legal counsel. Like I said before, we've been really trying to research the process of that and expedite it as soon as possible. She mentioned that we are now a family. She has built this case. I respect each and every one of you, especially the returning delegates. For 4 years, and you have the expertise of what it takes to be here on the council floor. So I really appreciate your mentorship and your guidance, and many of us 16 here have looked up to you. So and we just really appreciate your mentorship. And Honorable Ms. And I'm really honored to be here with you on this floor too, Shema. I know we know each other just through Facebook. I'm really close with your family, your nieces, your daughters. And so I know we have that established connection already, Kodoshima. And I did put in my platform during my speech that I do want to, all of us to be within the communities, especially out there. And that's how we talked about utilizing Abikiyati and posting at different of our rural chapters that are out there. So all of us can have that opportunity to be out there, not only myself, but you as well. Although sound system, I hope my hands, so I've been looking into options already of trying to officially set up a web page where we can stream it from the office in a professional manner. They have them on their website, their hearings or work sessions. It was up on this case, and having this maybe the audio updated. However, it does also reflects back to the budget when I have to look at that as well with the staff. Other for the transition for your recommendation on the and I feel the same way within the office of the speaker that we do need to have that intergenerational within all spectrums of our workforce here within the council, especially within the speaker's office. Like I said, if you know of someone who is really highly interested and wanting to work and be part of the team, I emailed her phone number, I'll be answering the question per tip honorable use.
Madam Speaker, we have one delegate in queue right now, which is Honorable Delegate Simpson. You do have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Pro-tem.
and Speaker, no members of the 25th Council. Yatina Kitishito, Toshigero Shine Are, Imostai, Kat Tishi. Madam Speaker, my break is very, in a couple of minutes. You know, we talk about changes, and a lot of people will take legislative action. And really need to work with the city council how we can get legislation, proposed legislation expedited. You know, we really don't want to backlogs here. We have to wait 6 or 7 months, 8 months for our legislations to be drafted. So please work with legislative council, office of legislative council to get that resolved. Because I have to, as an individual delegate here, you know, we have a lot of things we have to do as myself and working with the council here to get things done for the Navajo Nation. So please, how do we get these legislation drafted quickly? And we do our part to provide supporting documents. I know that part. So we do have the supporting documents, the legislation drafted. You know, please, if there are not enough personnel, you know, we might have to use outside sources, attorneys to get these done. So I just want to come and read this, Madam Speaker, to be that. Four rules. As you stated, you know, it seems like when you're up there, it's hard to control the council. Really, how four rules is used. I think to me, I think there's some abuse of the four rules. And that's why it takes a long time for legislations or reports to be, it takes 5 or 6 hours. So if you can really make sure that the council follows the four rules, we can get certain things done quickly. So I'll say that, or we'll see. And you guys set your foot down. You guys set your foot down. If I'm not on the four rules, you tell me right there that I'm not following the rules, so no point of order has to be raised. So you just set your foot down. If I'm doing something wrong during a council session or the PH, you tell me, Danny, you're doing something wrong. You're out of order. You can tell me that, and I won't get offended. So again, on auto, the committee, committee. I think we still can have emergency legislation drafted if you already selected your committee. We gotta get this thing started. Things are not going to stop us in Congress, in Washington, D.C., state of New Mexico, state of Arizona, state of Utah. They're not going to wait for us. So some of these committees have to be in place as soon as possible to just continue to address these issues that we're facing today at D.C. level, state of New Mexico, state of Arizona, state of Utah, I don't need that. My colleagues, you know, what committee am I going to be on? How is the individual will be appointed? My recommendation right now, and I'm going to get up with the council here. I'm going to propose the legislation, hopefully by end of February, and go before the spring session. Have one committee, and so every delegate can hear issues and speak on issues in that one committee. So anybody, just go ahead, Madam Speaker and Madam Pro-tem Speaker, and I wait my time. Thank you.
Yeah, the Honorable Speaker Simpson, and we have another delegate in queue, Honorable Casey Johnson. You have 5 minutes.
That is my speaker, Madam Speaker. Just want to say good afternoon to everybody. I just want to thank you for being in this position. Now, Madam Speaker Curley, I commend you for that. And we're gonna hear a lot of pushback, and people are gonna say what they want to say. And I would like to share, what my mom shared with me about all these negativity things and the things that people say is, she always used to say, don't let them don't give them the satisfaction of seeing you down. Go through it. There's no way around it. Go through So I just want to share that with you. And I just want to welcome everybody here, all my colleagues. And and I really want to share the improving, the legal branch all the way around. Everybody shared a lot of great ideas, a lot of strategic ideas, very creative, to empower our branch. I appreciate all your suggestions and recommendations, and I want to emphasize on a few things within our branch, especially within the legal counsel. I would like to challenge our legal counsel department to draft a minimum of 15 legislations per week. And to remember that chief counsel, legal counsel, you all work for the Navajo Nation Council delegate. And I just want to emphasize that. And the second thing I want to share with everybody is the technology here in the chambers. There's only one wireless access point that's sitting right there. Everybody is on it. So you're pulling a lot of the bandwidth. If you're sitting here in council and you're Facebook streaming live, or if you're if you have your wireless device, all of you have your own phone, you have wireless, you have that you can access Wi-Fi through your phone onto your laptop. So, if I look at it, the upload speed here is 3.8.39 to 43.82 megabytes per second. So when we say, oh, this thing is really slow, it's because we're all on it. So you got your own hotspot on your phone. I suggest you guys use it. Also, the wireless access point, we really need to add to that. We need to have Navajo TV should be here broadcasting this live. Also, we need to upgrade our fiber, better access points, wireless access points. This will improve the online. Also, these TVs need to be a little bit more, need to change it to interactive display. So, also, the bandwidth will be increased if we improve our fiber. So, overall, we're here, that our technology, our online, the audio, and there is technology out there that will improve all that. We just need to really take a look at that on the technology side. So again, I just want to thank you for your leadership, your speakership, and I look forward to serving with you for the next 4 years. Ken, thank you for the regular. Go ahead and stop there and wait my time. Reserve my time. And I'm going to go ahead and refer to the rest of my time to Delegate Norman K.
Yeah, Honorable Casey Johnson. So Casey Johnson yields 27 seconds to Honorable Norman K. Do you accept?
Yes.
Okay.
30 seconds. Ako sila yan, yes, so, jungle, so, I was thinking this morning that, Jean, Nazmishkaroya, the Benjish, she Benjish, Yashi, Kotea. I lost now, I show what thing that you wish to Kaya. Now, when down there, then she has the car. And I show one.
Yeah, Honorable Norman K. Do we have any other honorable delegates here on the floor that would still like to speak? If not, we without the honorable delegates via Zoom or on call. Going once, going twice. Final notice for opportunity. Addenda e ya kodoshi Okay, kodoshi we have some reserved time of some honorable delegates. Honorable Herman Daniels, you have 31 seconds. Oh, he is excused, so I'm gonna go ahead and go down to Honorable Jermaine Stevenson. You have 55 seconds. Okay, Honorable Simonson waives her time. Down to Honorable Shanjine Parrish, you have 1 minute and 59 seconds.
Speaker Pro Tem Jesus, and I had all my questions answered. Thank you. I waive my time.
And that pretty much completes all the delegates that had reserved time. And
Madam Speaker.
I think we have someone on the call. If you could just please hold. Honorable Herman Daniels, do you want to use your 40 seconds if you're on the call?
Speaker Pro Tem, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. 1 second.
Okay, Honorable Herman Daniels, you have 41 seconds of reserved time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Pro Tem Speaker. I'm going to my appointment. The weather, I don't know, another snow is going to be headed this way. So Quito Speaker's office, Malay and has undead, like my region, other delegates region, I see that Yasko, I see the hate about try to reach out to those areas Quito to help families. So Quito, I know that other entities, enterprise are doing what they can to clearing the road. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, Honorable Daniels, so I'm gonna go ahead and give it to Madam Speaker quickly to respond to Honorable Daniels' comment.
Oh.
First is Honorable Simpson. Yes, we did have that discussion at our orientation regarding when we had the time with legal counsel. They did mention that they are short-staffed and also with their budget. AI that a presentation in the and they did mention the amount of legislations that they could handle and the staff and the research. However, I do agree that somehow we need to make that accommodation because I know there were a lot of legislation in the last council that didn't make it to the floor just because of the staffing issues. So hopefully we'll be able to address that soon. I have been studying the rules just like my school book. So just be patient with me. I'll get there. Maybe even by today. Honorable Simpson. The committee up there handsy, and hopefully when we get when we adjourn, I will be going back to my drawing board, especially for those committee assignments. I do want to get that out as soon as possible, so we can reach that 5-day comment period. I know that is very essential for our communities to have that input within the 5-day comment period. Delegates and Honorable Johnson, and then on another subject is the broadband, the Wi-Fi capability, the fiber optics, and having this streaming. It does take a lot of data, it takes a lot of memory, and I do agree this council chambers, it doesn't have that bandwidth to accommodate 24 delegates, and beyond that, our staff as well, and more than 100 people than on our Zoom. So that does, I'm willing to look into that, and you're more than welcome to help. I know you're an IT expert. On the beginning, 27 seconds, not a dead. Oh, cool. I appreciate your comments, your support as well, Honorable Brigade. Honorable Daniels by Hansy, the emergency response and relief to the rural communities within our Navajo Nation. From our office, we haven't really discussed or really among ourselves where we want to lead with our relief efforts. I know each individual delegates have, some of us have been going out there as a direct relief response. Such as Honorable Andy Nez, I know we see him every day out there, even delivering food, water. Honorable delegates here to make those connections and to the resources. And I'll be looking over to, like I said, the budget. I haven't really been looking to see where there is room within from our office and also for the council. But if you do need that assistance to help with the emergency command operations center, I know there was a contact information made, and we can help with those resources and additional resources needed. Honorable pro-tem, Honorable Jesus. Okay, we have no reserved time, and any other delegates that have want to be put in the queue for further questions, or via delegates that are on Zoom or on the call. Okay, we do have Honorable Vince via Zoom, and we can go ahead and go ahead.
Yat Ashwadit Shade, Honorable Jesus. Kodot Shang Agi here do Kodo Shinat Arnosenegi Nadin Shlat Nasi Tranegi. Khalid Ala Kodo Sabe Hatis Lanson Banses case a ko Kodo or Yoshiti Ado in case my staff, my administration, Nihito ni do ko. Khalid kodo don he. Inil tantala. Chokot banses case in le ko. Sha kodo hajo hilinda di ne sha di need ne. Ako kot an hitche ka odzi sali ako. Ako shishi that do not the question the 24th Navajo Nation Council that's what the Bishan Saha case store. The shade ako Jojo Yati Nihigi a quite get laser on the in bizarre on a quite yati sneak open nutchet. A quite got a need she came the neighbor dish was chocolate a adult large store codo peso audit no be hard leko a dada hundish niko ako audit aliado chapters are peso in the red in the ado sanction Italia Auditor General's office snap and on the Shedelia and the apeso but Konanelia ako aba hanane bayanane tiot oil las dotos based aid akohala Halet arbedi nelat on so the banses case ako. Adonana traone di kodo. Halet on nahat an lenigi asala nosan. Bakahani na yadelkis biyanelte. Asadot zilnali bi kehonit. Nihitra dien yadelkis. Nahas anj ako hot an hits an da ilte dan hines ako kodo adon de la kitchen lehe na kitchen ko na aita kodo nakandal na shi na ho de no ka to le tabeto ni de ko na de kade chokot abe bit hata isi Halet adon he kodo 25th Navajo Nation Council binan hide kidala Halet ado email and hit diliadala Halet ado text and hit diliadala akot asahaba o datola do best eda kodon hit the nepa eat indo listi nene ako kodo staff no lenigi she do hot an han sas kista the shin jonoshi dien nihiki yad eho nakaji do pa le ha shin jonoshi nan nisla bikinado tatako a Detta Nihil Bisliniki or Washington but Ohosa Quinzaden Han Sosnish Quinzaden Hat on Quinzatin Hall Jesus Linko Akoko Shaba Akonosendolis. I really want to thank the staff, the ones that have been released on the second day of taking on the position as speaker. Ako staff no leni I wish you the best, and what can I say? I can't say anything. Try down hita isni Donald sos hita kodalia. The shinjono the yin hita holodole. A han hita ne ban sosnish. Hita ne about on banachzilo. Sergeant Ada Elias Linko. A chain odo kodo that's a oha hajanshi hahadoni jokot na kina hijit. Jokot shisizindo banses case in de. Ashon de adahasia ado beg otlehe. Ajana nation linin hits on qualia. Aja non sosni hit has ni in de. Ado ban hinne, which a high notle. Which in hit zeal do listen so and hit the staff. Ado shin jonoshin kodo. Ag hit noshin. Shisizindo ahot ag and hit the schneedolis. Ado yoban hinne nan nation linigi ko hat egi ta swedo sani da nise ni hinan nation himat edolis ni hijan himasan ni hinale hastini ni hinale edolis ni hitana ilte ebe ha indli dolis di nobe na ni tinde kohot in hako ashon de ebe na ni hitashna ashon de ha inosni dolis a ha la kot a hasti dolis. Thank you.
I will give it back to Madam Speaker Kodo.
Here are the Shana Honorable Vince James Kodo na the Kido comments by Hazy Kodo Eva Shakinson Kodo and Hazy audit and Nikki Kodo. We are all looking forward to receiving that report as well. So Anita Yahiyado and Halig Ahadilia Ki Edo Kwaki so Josh Bahos and Dado Halig Ah Saben Rahni Ranahadi Ahi Elia Ki so and she is going to meet later on today. She is not the kid and not a agent. The Navajo Nation Council, the Ninigi, took with those entity need almost. And to my colleagues, I really do have that mutual respect for each and every one of you. And throughout my whole responses, I have been pushing that collaborative effort of extending invitation and also that collaboration of even opening up the pool of applicants to the office of the speaker. And that's one of my approach, especially as a public administrator, and that's really a big goal of leading a successful team to really provide that assistance to each of my colleagues here. And we do need those expertise, those researchers, those analysts, and also that helping hand, especially to get many of our projects done, especially the ones that are coming up with deadlines. Auto convention, Asha, Bauhans, and the lady that so like the Yagi, the Edo, Patela, Eko Asha, Bauhans. We did have a brief meeting with, I did have a brief meeting with the staff and the chief of staff, although that political appointees and the lineage job, not a day go and that's just some of the expectations here as a political appointee, just a political appointee, and I really know what it feels like and the expectation of being a political appointee and even being a professional at will. And that is a part of our job description. If you're a political appointee, if you're interested, should the front door population be then just as everybody as an equal applicant, no favoritism or no special treatment of any sort of different. If you do want to continue, feel free to give me a resume, for the letter of interest. And I'm following that process, and it didn't even have to be that way for the and many of my colleagues did stress that I don't even do that. I can just easily handpick anybody, at my discretion. However, I want to give that opportunity for our people to have that, to be part of that applicant pool. These of the nitty and I know transition does take a lot of time, and there's several personal action forms that have to be processed if they do wish to leave. And I did provide the opportunity to provide a letter of recommendation. Speaker staff and Shlom. And I really extended that appreciation to all the staff that have been underneath numerous administrations. And that's just the process of transition and just making that clear. My message today, not of Kindle. And if you have recommendations, feel free to put the open door policy, and just looking really forward to see the applicant pools that I'll be receiving today. I'm really looking forward to some of the expertise and the knowledge that is out there
And also, I did welcome the staff to reapply if they wish. And this is just at their own decision if you are willing to, if they're interested.
Yeah, Madam Speaker Curley, with your response. Although I'm gonna give it back again to the floor to honorable delegates that still hasn't had an opportunity. The honorable delegates that are on you as well via Zoom and call. Allow opportunity for questions that you all may have for Madam Speaker Curley. So going once, going twice, gone. To our constituents listening on the call here. And we received a report from our current Madam Speaker Curley, from the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. We're going to go ahead and proceed to voting. So go ahead and cast your vote. Okay, this is for voting to accept the report. Okay, Amber Claudia, Honorable Amber Claudia votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels votes green.
For the record, VFX.
No.
Honorable Shirley Marzi votes yes, green via text. We do have honorable speakers, Seth Damon and Honorable Regina Charleston, who are excused. Miss Honorable Vince James vote read via text. With the vote of 20 in favor, 1 opposed, Speaker pro-tem not voting. Okay, so now I give the seat back to our Speaker Curley.
Honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Corona says just up next we have number 9, receive financial report from the controller. Madam Controller, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon. Good afternoon, honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I'm pleased to present the Office of the Controller's Report. Just for introduction, my name is Elizabeth Begay, and I'm the acting controller. For my background, I'm originally from the Philippines. I'm married to a native from Nas City, New Mexico. We're married for 40 years now. We have 3 grown-up kids and 7 grandchildren. And back in 2018, December 2018, I retired from the Navajo Nation as the Auditor General. And after working for about 30 years with the Navajo Nation, I was asked to act as the acting controller by the former Navajo Nation President, Jonathan Nez. It's supposed to be a temporary assignment, but today I'm still here. My contract will expire next month, February 2023, and I hope we can find a permanent controller. I'm a certified internal auditor. It's a professional certification for internal auditors recognized globally. I'm also a certified fraud examiner, also a professional certification recognized globally for fraud examiners. Here with me is one of our managers, investment section. We have 10 sections within the Office of the Controller, or departments, if you will. And Jeremy Jimmy is the investment manager. He's charged in handling billions of dollars of Navajo Nation investment. So he will answer any questions you may have regarding the Navajo Nation investment portfolio. So for the first quarter of fiscal year 2023, the U.S. Treasury, for the CARES Act fund, the U.S. Treasury has extended the closeout deadline for the CARES Act grant through June of 2023. And we provided a report based on that Exhibit A-1 that is attached to the report. The Office of the Controller has identified approximately 2.5 million unexpended CARES Act grant as of the end of December 2022. The unexpended CARES Act grants consist of 1.3 million that was returned by Navajo Technical University, 1.1 million hardship assistance checks returned by family of deceased recipients, and approximately 70,000 grants awarded to several Navajo Nation programs that were not expended. The U.S. Treasury allowed us to do replacement expenditures on previously obligated CARES Act grant that we were unable to expend as of the end of December 2022. And the Office of the Controller is working on identifying these replacement expenditures so that we don't have to return the funding back to the U.S. Treasury. For the hardship assistance program under the CARES Act grant, we dispersed approximately 361 million. That's represent 51% of the 714 million that we received from the U.S. Treasury. Overall, the hardship assistance checks under the CARES were issued to 312,000 Navajo elders, adults, and minors. And of course, that Exhibit A-1 lists the financial status of each business unit that was established to account for the CARES Act grant expenditures per approved Navajo Nation resolutions, council resolutions. Under the ARPA fund, the $2 billion that we received from the U.S. Treasury, the Navajo Nation Council allocated $677 million for hardship assistance program. And as of this month, January, we have disbursed $566 million, which represent 84% of the $677 million budgeted. And we dispersed hardship assistance checks to 344,000 Navajo elders, adults, and minors. According to vital records, they estimate 400,000 enrolled Navajos. So we still have 100 million available to assist under the ARPA Hardship Assistance Program. And the application for that hardship assistance program will end June of 2023. For the CHASM fund, as of December 2022, there was an audited and appropriated balance of $198,810,216. But for the month of January, this month, several legislations were approved by the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So as of today, the balance for the CHASM fund totaled $125,665,867. And for our internal programs, payroll, we ran 2,155 checks and processed 28,457 direct deposits for a gross wage amount of $35,908,660 paid for the first quarter of fiscal year 2023. Of course, payroll section continues to move away from the costly payroll checks and move to direct deposit. So we encourage everyone to go on direct deposit. For the accounts payable section, we ran 24,034 checks to vendors and ACH payments with a total net dollar amount of $128,390,951 for the first quarter of fiscal year 2023. Similar to payroll, we encourage ACH payments to vendors as well, instead of the paper checks. For the general fund financial data, the unaudited gross general fund recurring revenues as of December 31st, 2022 was $93,541,857, and net asides total $29,881,123. The net revenue for the general fund was $63,660,734, which is 40% of the projection. So we're ahead on our projected general fund revenue. Since first quarter is equivalent to 25%, we already collected 40% of the projected revenue. And the average price of barrel oil for the quarter was $82.65, and the lowest month being the December 2022 with a price per barrel of $76.52. according to the latest news, the crude oil is around $80, but they anticipate to increase because now China is opening, and they anticipate an increase in the demand for oil. So the schedule that is included in the report totaled $6,288,050 has been received in oil and gas revenue for the first quarter of fiscal year 2023. And the other significant revenue source is the tax revenue for the general fund. And we collected $29,711,917. For the total unaudited expenditures by branch, the legislative branch expended $3,176,046, encumbered $1,634,127, with a remaining budget of $16,861,596. And on that exhibit C, legislative branch, the available budget to date is approximately 78%. So they're within their expenditure, basically, since they approximately expended at least 20% or so of their budget for the first quarter. For the executive branch, expended $46,240,949, encumbered $11,300,963, with a remaining budget of $136,938,571. So similar to the legislative branch, the executive branch has a remaining budget of 70% of their budgeted amount. So they're expending within their timeline. For the fixed costs, expended $11,277,497, encumbered $5,980,313, with a remaining budget of $19,501,938. For the fixed costs, we approximately have already expended 53% of our budget, so they're ahead in their expenditures of their budget. For the judicial branch, they expended $2,559,356, encumbered $83,825, with a remaining budget of $16,295,823. For the judicial branch, they're still at 86% of their budget. So meaning the judicial branch is behind in expanding their budget. For the UFB, as of January 2023, available balance $21,809,586. We also have contract and grants information for the active federal funds. There's still a balance that has not been expended as of November 30, 2022, of $1,065,827,386. And for the active state funds, remaining budget for this fiscal year 2023, $78,977,694. And there's also the BIA IHS fund report there's remaining budget for this fiscal year of $477,523,583. For investment information, the investment landscape in the first quarter of fiscal year 2023 started with a mixed signals, which created volatility in the investment markets. And for the master trust, we have a market value of $4 billion as of November 30th, 2022. And the master trust had a 5.15% month-to-date return in the first quarter to date return of 9.05%. And this master trust fund is basically managed by our money managers. And Jeremy here will explain further if you have any questions on that. For the defined benefit plan, which is the Navajo Nation retirement plan, we have a market value of $1.1 billion as of November 30th, 2022. And the retirement plan had a 5.01 month-to-date return and a first quarter to date return of 8.93%. For the ARPA fund, the ending market value is $1.09 billion as of November 30th, 2022. And also we have an in-house investments that's being handled by our investment section, and Jeremy is the investment manager for that. We invest our portfolio of approximately $2.17 billion with Wells Fargo for short-term investment. And we have an exhibit that shows our master trust and our retirement plan investment portfolio and the performance for that. So all the exhibits, the exhibit A-1 for the CARES, as I stated, there's a $2.5 billion unexpended that we're working with the U.S. Treasury to identify the replacement expenditures, meaning we're identifying those COVID-related expenditures that were paid for by general fund or UEFB, so that we can use that to replace these unexpended CARES to avoid returning it back to the U.S. Treasury. And for exhibit A-2, that's the ARPA activities. There's 57 business units to date that were established for the ARPA. And there's the defunded CARES projects. They're consisting of 21 business units. Most of the activities there were for NTUA projects. They're all expended or encumbered. And the rest, like the water resources projects and COVID-19 related expenditures, they're mostly unexpended to date. For the central support, there's several programs within the Navajo Nation that receive funding under ARPA, and most of the programs have yet to expend their budget. There's still $95,568,399 budgeted for several programs that remain unexpended. And just for your information, we are required to obligate the ARPA funding by fiscal year 2024. meaning end of calendar year, December 2024, and fully expend the grant by December of 2026. There's also a budget set aside for regulatory office, and most of that money
If you have, Madam Controller, honorable delegates, I'll leave it up to you if you would like to give additional time to Madam Controller. Honorable Parrish.
Yeah, Speaker, I motion, or I'd like to give the speaker 10 more minutes, or the controller speaking 10 more minutes, sorry.
Parrish, you can request for additional 10 minutes. Delegate, you can consent. Oh, Okoshi, Madam Controller, additional 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Delegate Harris for that. For the last one that we or the council appropriated money is the CJN 29-22, and those are the chapter regional projects, public safety, E911 real addressing. And of course, it was just appropriated by the council, and $363,927,962 remain unexpended. And there's also this pending allocation of $846,517,713 that is pending OMB business unit number. So that's already been allocated by the previous council, but we're just waiting for OMB to create the business unit so that we can start expending the money. For Exhibit B, that's the general fund revenue schedule. As I stated, we already collected 40% of our projected revenue, and we're ahead on that collection. And for the Exhibit C, and that's the budget for the different branches of the Navajo Nation government, the legislative, executive, judicial, and the fixed costs. Exhibit D is the UUFB of 21.8 million. Exhibit E is the active federal fund report that shows over $1 billion of budget balance that's available. And it lists all the different programs that receive these active federal grants. And mainly legislative, judicial, executive offices, Office of Attorney General, OMB, Office of the Controller, Division of Community Development, Division of Education, Division of Economic Development, Environmental Protection Agency, Division of General Services, Department of Health, Division of Human Resources, Division of Natural Resources, Division of Public Safety, Division of Social Services, and Division of Transportation. At the beginning of the fiscal year, they had a budget of 2.5 billion. Actual expenses to date, 1.4 billion. Encumbered 87,000, leaving for 87,454,000, leaving a balanced budget of 1.65 or 065 billion. And then, of course, the active state fund, there's several programs as well that receive state funding, as well as this active BIA IHS report. And the last one is Exhibit H that lists our investment portfolio. That
concludes our report, and Jeremy and I is ready to answer any questions you may have regarding our report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Controller. We do have a motion via text. Honorable Crotty, is there a second by Honorable Parrish? Next in queue for questions, we have Honorable Crotty.
Okay. Oh, yeah, Speaker, colleagues, thank you, Acting Controller Begay, for your report. I wanted to first start off by saying if you could give us an update on if you're continuing, if your contract will be extended. I apologize, I did not hear that as part of the report. With that in mind, if you could give us an update on the search for a permanent controller and how this 25th Navajo Nation Council can assist in those efforts in terms of supporting, if we need to find like a search team or another entity that could network and provide some suitable applicants to assist the Navajo Nation in this role. The second question is regarding the ARPA allocations. When we received the report last month in terms of the low expenditures of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund, if you could give us some insight on why these programs are not able to spend down their dollars. More importantly, is it an issue in capacity at the Office of the Controller, or are there other areas that we would need to be aware of to help support the spend down of those dollars? The third question I wanted to ask, in terms of the investment committee, this council, including myself, has asked for more transparency and accountability. If you could direct your investment committee staff to provide that information to all of the delegates as elected officials, and to start planning the annual investment. As chair of the investment committee, there should be an opportunity where delegates who are interested do not have to travel to New York City, but instead set up a conference or a hybrid type meeting so delegates who are interested can listen in. I did attempt to try to listen in for a few of the conversations. Unfortunately, there was no sound, but I think in terms of how we look at what we pay to travel to New York City, what type of activities are conducted there, it may be more appropriate now to have that conversation here at home and be able to talk to all of our money managers. With that in mind, I wanted to see what are some of your suggestions for transparency as the acting controller as we look to not only the ARPA Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund, but other funds as your office provides what funding has been reverted to the federal government, and then what action is taking place. So if you could let me know last year if you have your best guess on how much funding was reverted, that would be helpful, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1:48. Honorable Chair, 5 minutes.
That day, Madam Speaker, those just I remember that one, the officer that you married was my recruit. So I know what you're talking about. So welcome to the nation. Appreciate for helping our tribe. Some concern I have is with invoice or purchase order that are submitted from the program, such as division of aging, and that there's a contract that comes through your door. And my understanding, the process is too long. I know the former president's aware of it, the former 24 councilmen are aware of it, and even the OMB. Is there a way, or is there a plan to expedite these requests, contract money being paid? Because especially the division of agents having a hard time getting their money, their contract. But they always take, keep remind them mistake, they take it back to them. So there's the problem is, so is there any plan that we can expedite these requests in our account? Because right now, the border town business do not honor any of our purchase order anymore because the price being like 6 months later. So those are some of the concerns that I have from. I've been on the committee for NCOA for Division of Aging for about 5 years now. And that's where I, my understanding that process is too long to pay the vendors, especially the food. I just wanted to ask that question and reserve my time, speaker.
Reserve time of 2:22. Honorable Dr. Andy Ness, 5 minutes.
Yeah, Shut Speaker, though not a controller for your presentation and your co-presenter. Larry, thank you guys for giving us really good information this afternoon. My question is really to hear your considerations that we can, as a 25th Navajo Nation Council, can also consider on improving the processes that many of our grants, our external entities, our departments, programs, things like that utilize the 164 process. And I think that's what Delegate Toltz was speaking to, how that is timely, it's laborious, it's tedious, and it hinders a lot of the activity that is needed there in our communities and for our programs to use. And I think that's why Honorable Seth Damon had initiated the amendment yesterday to give a timeline, a stringent timeline for these processes to occur. So I just want to hear your thoughts, being that you've been in this position before as an Attorney General, but also as an acting controller. And I think for many of us who know how the Navajo Nation operates, that's going to always be a hindrance. So I just wanted to allow you some time to respond on anything that we can consider on how we can better strengthen and streamline this process so that our people get the services that they need promptly and immediately. So thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve my time.
Reserve time 3:38. Honorable Ness. Honorable Parrish, 5 minutes.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, Otto, and on 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Madam Controller, and the investment manager of the Navajo Nation for being here with us today. I had an overall question, just like Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. How can we help you with expediting the process for the Navajo Nation? We understand that the ARPA funds need to be spent as soon as possible, and we really want to help our chapters achieve that. I know we could probably sit here all day and talk about it, but I plan to continue this conversation so that we can create legislation that will become laws to help our people. I also have a question about any investments that are made. I just wanted to know what was maybe this will go back into a further part of our history, but what was the decision-making process in using the agent Wells Fargo, and what are your thoughts and in the management process of the dollars of the Navajo Nation. Those are my two starting questions. I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 3:38. Honorable Ministers, 5 minutes. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, and thank you. And I'd like to thank Controller Gay and also Jeremy, Investment Department Manager for OOPC. It's good to see you here from this floor, Mr. Jimmy. Yeah, we have worked real hard with some settlements with the United States Department with DED. I actually have two questions here. In regards, and I guess this is similar to several of my previous colleagues expressing, their concern. My biggest issue is with this FMIS system. Apparently, it's supposed to streamline the start to finish processing of any type of expenditure happen. But it just seems like it just added more responsibilities. I know that certain positions are the approvers, you have to have that 6B, certification and whatnot. And these trainings, I tell you, take forever. And the simple processing of travel authorizations or even running a PR was, sufficient enough. And right now, I know that I'm certain that Office of the Controller had, put a lot of money into this new database system. But is there any way that whoever set this database according to the way whoever wanted this database to be set this way to kind of streamline it to be a little bit more user friendly to a lot of the staff of the nation government? And the second one is consultation with your office. Oftentimes when I would listen in on the previous council, like 24th council, 23rd, and back, there's always, legislations that were being dropped on the federal funds expenditure. And I'm really centric on accountability. And I know that the nation has given away a lot of grants, projects that were thoroughly analyzed, maybe even a cost benefit analysis wasn't really done. Where how do we get our return on our investment is probably the big question that I have as a council, because we're seeing that we've taken money from the permanent trust fund that has grown interest income over the years, and we're thankful for our forefathers that have done that. And now we're able to be sitting here to operate a 3-branch government and being able to allow to spend some money. So going further, I guess I would request this also to our Madam Speaker, my colleagues here to 25th Navajo Nation Council, is really consult with the Controller's Office, whether it's the Investment Department, to see if we're actually making these types of purchases on capital projects. Are they viable investment? Are we going to see a rate of return or rate of return on investment? So these are the questions that I have as a council. And again, I really appreciate and having a working collaboration and looking forward to working with your office. And again, I will reserve my time to speak, Madam Speaker.
Reserve of 138. 130. Honorable Ezra, 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, any council delegates, controller information explaining. I just have a couple of questions. I want to go ahead and thank you for giving us the report. Madam Gay, thank you. There's a couple of questions, and I think one of the delegates already asked that question about some of these expenditures have not been going through, and it shows that some of these departments to have all their money. And, I know you said something about, getting some, unit numbers. I'd like to know why is that taking so long? And when are they gonna get the opportunity to use their money? My other question is about the veterans budget. It shows that it's in a hole. My understanding is the funds were put into that veterans fund, and now it shows that it's still in the hole. I'd like to know where all the funds went that were told that were supposed to have been being put in the veterans trust fund. It shows that you're in a hole, 5 million or 5,000. So it's on page 2 pages. And those are the questions I'd like to know. And yes, I also agree with the 164 also. It takes too long. And we need to find some other way to speed it up a little bit faster. People are trying to get equipment, that type of stuff, especially in emergency, and they can't even get it. By the time they get it, it's too late. Do all of the chapters have a P card that they can use, or is that an option, or how would that work if they were given a P card? So those are the questions. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Reserve time 2:28. Madam Controller, your responses?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the questions. First question from Delegate Crotty on the update on the search for the permanent controller. We advertised the position outside the DPM website. We advertised them for months, even though it costs a lot of money from our budget, but we were not successful in getting interested applicant for that position. And I will continue to work with President Nygren on this. Yeah, we need a regular status controller. And with regards to my contract, yeah, it will end next month, February 2023. Actually, it's February 20th, 2023. And I'm in consultation with the, of course, President Nygren on this. For the ARPA question regarding the no expenditures, there is an office, the FRF office, that's supposed to monitor the budget for the ARPA. And as the controller, we have the staff, we hired the staff funded under the ARPA in preparation for the activities that we anticipate will come along. But sad to say, yeah, it's just little or no activity regarding the ARPA. But we will continue to work with the FRF office to push these programs that were appropriated funding by the council to start extending their budget. I understand some of the programs would like to change the budget that was approved last year, how to expend their appropriation. So they have to go before, again, the council for that, if they change the intent of their budget. But we will continue to work with the programs, how to push these expenditures for the ARPA. For the investment committee, the transparency, we are working with our managers and our consultants, if we can have meetings here locally and the president's office already expressed their desire to hold meetings outside the Navajo Nation jurisdiction. So we'll be working with that. They should be able to accommodate us on this. And providing information to the delegates on the investment status of the Navajo Nation. We will work on this. We will consult with the DOJ if it's possible to put that information on our website, if you will. And then all fundings reverted to the funding agency for not expending. We will provide you with that information. I do know that we're not expending our external grants because our indirect cost allocation went down. The rate, it used to be 18%, now it's only 12.5% because of us not extending our federal monies. Some programs, because of the COVID, they were unable to expend the money. So we're past COVID now. So hopefully we can start expanding our grants from outside the agencies, such as the federal and state. For Delegate Colt's question regarding how to fast track the payments of invoices, purchase orders, the 164 process. I know we have deadlines for each program that reviews 164, that they have 7 days to review, or else it moves on to the next program. And we are continually working with DOJ on how to address this. There's a lot of requirements on the 164 process, and I understand we need to fast track this. And there is a federal OMB circular that allows federal programs to use their procurement card to purchase goods, services up to 10,000. And I'm getting consultation if we can apply that on the Navajo Nation. I know all services purchased by the program must go through a service contract because of the liability issue, but it's just not working, if you will. There's a lot of complaints. They have to enter into a contract just to hire a consultant for maybe just a $5,000 service. And they have to go through this 164 process. And if federal funded programs are now allowed to use their procurement card to purchase goods and services up to a maximum of 10,000, we can also implement that. But of course, we have to work with the DOJ on implementing this to fast track our procurement process. And for Delegate Ness, again, on improving the 164 process, our procurement rules and regs, it's outdated, and we need to revisit that. We also have a lot of complaints on our travel policy that was approved in 2020, in the middle of the pandemic, and a lot of programs are complaining that they were not aware of the new policy that was approved by the previous Budget and Finance Committee. So we're revisiting that as well, and we'll provide education on the travel policy and the PR policy. For the question, Delegate Parrish on the ARPA needs to be expanded, agree, because we have a deadline with the federal government, the U.S. Treasury, that we have to obligate the grants by 2024. That will be next year, December 2024, and fully expend the funding by December 2026. And if you see all these projects like the water projects, broadband, we should start obligating those funds soon. Otherwise, we will have a problem on how to expend the ARPA money. And for the short-term investment with Wells Fargo is our banker. And these short-term investments that is managed in-house by the investment section, that's only like overnight investment or 30, 60, 90 days investment. And since Wells Fargo is our official banker, that's why most of those short-term investments are placed with Wells Fargo. For the question from Delegate Jesus with the FMIS system, that it should be user-friendly. We are upgrading our system. I know the 6B is really a problem with most of the staff. Management, we encourage your staff to be certified 6B, but part of our plan is to do expense management. We already have proposals for that. Meaning we will do an automated TA. We're working on that. We introduced the electronic TA. But now we're moving towards the automated TA, wherein travelers will have the capability to upload the receipts using their computer or even their cell phone. So we're working on that with our consultant. We're also working on barcoding of property and equipment. And there's also the timesheet. We're working on the electronic timesheet. We will start implementing that, wherein we will just email the timesheet to the programs and they will be able to use that. No more long timesheet with red pen. That's like 40 years ago and still we're using that. So we're hoping we can move forward with this electronic timesheet. We're also introducing document tracking system to address this issue about lost documents. We will have a centralized system, like a portal where we enter the document and the programs can access that and will have information where is the status of their document. We already received proposals. Actually, I believe we already selected a consultant for this as well. And there's also the procure to pay to streamline the process from purchasing in AP. So that's also in the works. We're trying to streamline the process, and there's a problem with programs basically inputting into the FMIS that they receive the goods or the merchandise that they ordered, but they fail to submit the invoices to accounts payable. That's a big problem. We have like 7 million that was reported to me that's on that limbo where programs sign on the FMIS, they receive the goods, but they did not submit the invoices to accounts payable. And we need your help on this. We want to hold the program accountable for this because right now there's a lot of vendors that's not even accepting the Navajo Nation checks. because they said they haven't been paid, but they delivered the goods to the programs. But the programs just not submitting the invoices to accounts payable, and we cannot pay these vendors if we don't have the invoice. So that's a big problem that we're also trying to address with the cooperation of the programs. And for your question about the Navajo Nation cost benefit analysis not being done, this has to be a joint effort with the Office of Management and Budget. That's actually part of the responsibility to do a cost benefit analysis every time outside programs request grants from the Navajo Nation. And I agree, for capital projects, we have to do a return on investment. So we know that we are investing wisely Navajo Nation funds. And there's the question about Delegate Azarek on the expenditures not going through because missing business unit. OMB again is the office responsible in issuing the business unit. So we'll work closely with OMB on that. For the veterans budget, we will have to get back to you on that, or why it's in a negative on that, because they received their funding for FY 2023. Actually, they received supplemental funding for FY 2023, and they should not be in a negative on that. And of course, I understand your concern about these emergency purchases, that we need to fast track that. And again, with the assistance of DOJ, we can move forward in streamlining the months before process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Controller. We don't see anybody else in queue. We go back to reserve time. Honorable Crotty with 1 minute and 48 seconds.
Thank you for the time. Madam Acting Controller, I appreciate the response. If you could let us, we had a discussion on how DPM is a challenge with executive and legislative hiring. Could you provide update on how the current FMIS could integrate and help support the HR process? In addition, if you can, I don't think you answered the question regarding transparency. I did hear about the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Office, but my goal is how can we have an open, a way where citizens can see what, how our Navajo Nation government is utilizing their funds and keep them accountable. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 56 seconds. Honorable Todd, reserve time of 2 minutes and 22 seconds.
Thank you. From the floor, I just wanted to say thank you also. Some of the recommendation, I don't know if it's going to work. We should give the money to those programs themselves that can expend. So it's like aging every other month. The program gets out of money to purchase food, also paying for utilities. And right now, some areas, the program has not paid the trash man to pick up all these trash from I believe from Western sanitation department. So those are some of the areas that my concern is, why can't we just give the money to these programs and they can manage from there, they can hire their own accountant. So as long as right now, everything, we have to go to Winter. The other burden is also DOJ, since you're certified to learn how to manage money. I don't think DOJ should be involved. Every time we bring these project issues, we have to consult with DOJ first. So it's kind of, the process is too long. That's all I'm saying. And our people are suffering out there, especially the van. Sometimes the van, every year the van insurance expires, and it takes almost a month to have it paid, or I don't know what's going on. I know it's not part of your job, but the payment, I guess, is what I'm talking about. So I don't know how we can streamline, and it's always DOJ in the way. So that will be my comment. So thank you very much. Wait my time.
Honorable Charles, time. Honorable Dr. Jimenez with a reserve time of 3 minutes and 38 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. At this time, I will just continue to reserve my time in case anything comes up. Thank you.
Reserve time of 3:34. Honorable Parish, reserve time of 3 minutes and 38 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. And Controller, I have 2 additional questions. And it kind of goes off of Delegate Karadi's question about being transparent. I used to work down at the Arizona State Treasurer's Office, and I was a public information officer, so we often updated the taxpayers in Arizona. We updated them monthly with the monthly report, and I'm not sure if we need to think about a policy change, but really understanding the grasp of the management of the Navajo Nation's money is also an interesting teaching for our citizens on the Navajo Nation about money management and financial education and financial literacy. I hope that in the 25th Council that we could open up opportunities for financial education. So I guess my question is, how often do you as a controller receive updates about the investments from any in-house managers or external managers? And then my second question is, do you only report to the council upon request, or is it an updated kind of, do you, I guess, report to all of the council delegates on a weekly basis, or just to budget and finance? Okay, thank you. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2:05. Honorable Jesus with 1 minute and 30 seconds for reserve time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Curley, and again, Controller Begay. I'd just like to thank you for again for your report. One of the questions that I currently have right now is what you just had brought up, but I guess that's where we could, create that alliance to be able to come together with your department and address some of these deficiencies in regards to invoices being submitted, because as I was working with Division of Economic Development, I know that some of the subcontractors or vendors didn't want to provide services or goods to the Navajo Nation, and not realizing that the departments were the ones lacking, the follow through with these receiving reports. And I do appreciate, but I guess as 25th Navajo Nation Council, should not honor any of my colleagues, this is where, again, we need to embed some changes. They all detail not about, we just let, things slip by and not really address these issues. How are we going to make these departments and programs accountable for not following through? And yet we have Office of the Controller team that are patiently waiting these invoices. So again, going forward, maybe this would be a topic that we will have on in our strategic session if it's scheduled. Thank you again, Controller. I wait my time.
Honorable Everett with 2 minutes and 28 seconds. To waste his time. Up in queue, we have Honorable Yovito, 5 minutes.
Controller, Ms. Begay. Yeah, I guess you're our in-law here. So that makes you my sister. Hakoshi, yeah, I have questions here. A lot of, you mentioned about a lot of the funds that's going back to DC. Who controls those kind of fundings that we're kind of losing out with these federal funds that's coming into the nation? And, you know, is there a way that we can retrieve some of these fundings that's been allocated to us that we've never used? That'll be my number one question. And then my next question would be with this ARPA fund that we invest, will it be sitting there until, you know, like when all this expenditure invoice comes in from chapter projects? And then after we expend these expense to the chapters, how long do you project that this, like all this investment for the nation that you indicated on your report here, you know, the way that we're spending, you know, with the spending spree that occurring here, how long do you think we have years to, you know, in your, you know, personal projection, how long do you think this, you know, the expenditure that we're coming, it seems like we're just coming to a close and we're trying to find some other revenues to, you know, replace these investments. So, you know, like the way you know, kind of express yourself in your report, you know, there's like a fear, you know, for the nation. And my question would be, you know, how long can we hold on to this? That'll be my question. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2:32. Next on queue, we have Honorable Helena Nesbegay, 5 minutes.
Hey, thank you for giving us this report. I have a question. Why does it take so long to get business units? As you know, FMIS and 60, I know how it works because we suffered with it. And I just really would disagree with that system. But it makes it even longer when we have to wait on the business units. That's what my question is. Thank you. I'll wait my time.
Reserve time of 4:30. Madam Controller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First question from Delegate Crotty about the DPM is a challenge in the HR process. I believe DPM is the appropriate program to respond why it's a challenge. But what I know is that they're working on computerizing their process, the personnel action form. They're working on that. And we do have a consultant that working with Office of the Controller as well as DPM. that initiated the computerization, if you will, of the HR process, but it was put on hold because I understand DPM would like to get their own consultant, but I'm not sure what is the status of that. But we would like the personal action form process be computerized because we get a lot of complaints from Navajo Nation employees that already started working with the program, but their personal action form has not been processed by DPM. And of course, we could not process their payroll if they're not in the system. And that's a big issue because they blame our payroll section for employees not getting paid. But the real problem is that they're not in the system, and we cannot pay them if they're not in the system. And inputting them in the system is DPM responsibility. So, but we will continue to work with the DPM on computerizing the HR process. With regards to transparency, again, I will consult with our DOJ if this information on our investment portfolio can be posted on our website. We have a consultant that is assisting us to upgrade the website for the CARES and the ARPA. As directed by the council, we need to be transparent on how we expend the ARPA money. So we issued an RFP, we selected a consultant, and that consultant is currently working on designing the website. So all the projects completed under the CARES will be posted on that website, how we expended the 714 million. And then the next project that they will be working is the ARPA. They will be posting the expenditures on the ARPA. So we can check with DOJ if investment portfolio can be part of that, so that we can be transparent on the investments that we are placing the Navajo Nation Master Trust Fund portfolio. Of course, as I stated earlier, we had 4 billion invested outside money managers and another 2 billion in-house that we are managing, as well as the Navajo Nation retirement plan, which is another a little over 1 billion. For Delegate Holt, question about aging, that the program is always running out of money, and we are working with aging on this, especially the trash pickup. They have a problem with their contract. I believe the vendor does not want to enter into a contract. So we are working how to address this, as well as the van always needs repairs. We will get back to you on how to address this issue about the aging, but of course, giving the money directly to the program will not work. We have to input all the expenditures in our accounting system. And Delegate Harris, issue on transparency, and how often we report to the Navajo Nation Council. It's every quarter. We report to the Navajo Nation Council. Budget and Finance is our oversight committee. So we report to them upon request by the Budget and Finance Committee. We usually present every meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee, but of course, other committees as well. You can let us know if you want the Office of the Controller to be present and provide a report to your committee. For, of course, Delegate Jesus for understanding our problem with programs not submitting invoices to accounts payable. That's why their vendors, their contractors are not getting paid. Yes, we need your help on that. We need to address this. And for Delegate Yamato's question about programs and divisions that return back the money. Usually it's the program and the division that apply for the grant from the federal agencies, and they're the one responsible to expend the money. And if they don't expend the money, then of course they have to return it back to the funding agency. So they have a grant agreement that is signed by the president of the Navajo Nation, but ultimately it's the program or the division that should be held responsible in expending the grants that they applied for. And for the ARPA, again, we have to obligate the funding by December 2024. And the money have to be liquidated or expended by December 2026. And the question of how long our investment portfolio will provide the funding. For example, for FY 2023, the permanent trust fund interest income of 40 million supplemented our budget shortfall because of the closure of our coal mines. It's the interest income. We're not touching the principal. So the principal stays, but because we're withdrawing the interest income, the principal is not growing. So the principal will be there if we don't withdraw the principal, but it's just by growing the interest income earned from that investment, our principal is not growing. And of course, Delegate Yeh's question, why it takes too long for the business unit to be created. I believe it's the Office of Management and Budget that should respond to this question, because they're the responsible program that is charged in establishing the business unit. So I'll have to defer to them what the delay in creating business units. Yeah. And of course, Mr. Jeremy Jr., you want to add on the investment? Go ahead.
Hello, can everybody hear me? Good afternoon. My name is National Bowser, Chin, and it's Education, the Chin Bowser, Chinley Dan Nasha. I am the investment manager and within the Office of the Controller for the record. I kind of wanted to touch on a couple of the questions that were asked. As far as how often do we receive reports from investment managers, we receive them on a quarterly basis. Some managers we receive them on a monthly basis, but we're also in communication with them constantly. Even yesterday, I was in a meeting
with one of our managers that handles the BTFA funding. So we're constantly engaged with that. How often do we report? We report quarterly to the council, and we also report every quarter, 45 days past the quarter, to the investment committee as well on our investment performance. Let me see. As far as financial education and financial literacy programs, this is a new idea that kind of came about that me and the Department of Retirement were talking about, because it seems that the data showed that a lot of Navajo employees don't really know how their 401ks are operating and which fund to put their money in. So that's one of the things that we were talking about, is possibly bringing out these investment managers that handle these mutual funds that the 401ks that are participating in, and explain how these fundings operate, because some of them are transforming as you're getting older, and it does that automatically. And that's something I didn't know until I actually got a chance to sit down and talk with one of our investment managers in New York. And that's kind of why we meet with our investment managers, is to get that opportunity to talk one-on-one with the managers on their strategies and how they are operating. And there's always something that comes to surface that we didn't know about. And this is something that we were talking about in Las Vegas for the annual retirement meeting, was possibly creating some type of a day where we bring in the investment managers that are underneath the 401ks, so they can explain to the employees on how and their funding works and how they operate, so they can better select depending on their age category and their risk level as well. So that's one of them I want to talk about. The other one, as far as ARPA investment, that Delegate Yanito had. Yes, it is. The principal needs to be obligated by December 24th, and it needs to be liquidated by December 26th. As far as my tie-in with the regulations, it's very limited. So I kind of get a high overview from a lot of the support offices that work with the ARPA dollars. What I've gotten in a briefing was that the investment income does not follow the federal guidelines of ARPA dollars. So the interest income can go beyond the obligation and liquidation period. As far as right now, we have a cash management plan in place. So what you're seeing on Exhibit H at the bottom is our long-term investment with our money manager. And then we also have about 300 million that's sitting in our short-term. Our short-term investments are really for immediate cash needs. The way the investments works is we monitor expenses, and as expenses incur, that's when we bring money back. We monitor the cash balance. So we're not bringing everything back. We're trying to maximize our investment holdings by keeping it invested as long as possible. So as far as the ARPA, it has its own cash management plan where we have a mutual fund, not mutual one, I'm sorry, a money market fund that we hold a certain amount in that covers our day-to-day operations. Any expenditures that occur across the ARPA business units is covered by that money market fund. Then we also have some investments that are spread out through a ladder with Wells Fargo for about 1 year and in. And then, so that's kind of our plan right now. So to answer the question, how long do we have it there? Principal is tied to federal guidelines. Obligation, December 24, liquidation, December 26. Investment income, that does not follow federal guidelines, so we can hold that in investments longer if needed, or you guys as lawmakers can also direct that funding to as well after that date. And that covers my what I want to include. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Brigade, 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, report to okay. Thank you for the report. Navajo Nation is always kind of known for bad credit. It's like a C or D, yeah. Maybe sometimes F plus. But we have all this money, no, yeah. And companies, investor, they always look at our credit and our ranking is way down. Although we got some border towns that have, we can work with, but it seems like they don't want to work with us because we have it seems like we have a black eye, They don't want to deal with the Navajo Nation. It's shorter to go border town and get supplies or whatever that we can get, materials or whatever. And going a long ways to try to meet the needs of these people, Like propane, for example, now, it's winter, emergency season. Why can't we, for people like in my community, fortunately, they could easily get propane, it's cheaper there. Or they could go to Socorro for Alamo. But it seemed like the vendors that we have, somebody must have pulled because it seems like it's always somebody that knows somebody that we only allow these vendors. You look at me that is down, we only have certain vendors that we cater to. If we can kind of explain to me, maybe we can get like a debit card for these senior centers. They're really in dire need for food, If you can only put some money in there every month and make sure you monitor what food they got. So we need to sit down with this 25th Council, how we can get stuff like this and for us border towns again, to work with local communities and see if we can establish that credit to A+, not the F+ again. Now we just got report that we have all these monies stashed. And we got all these investment. So we can use some of that as like collateral. At least we can, start some kind of business with these towns for senior center food, because it comes from Utah. I think last time I was in council, the food came from Utah. By the time these foods are accidents like emergency snow weather, I don't know. It really that food, sometimes it gets to the senior center, like let's say for example Alamo. It's thawed out and nobody wants to eat it. Hey, vendors, why are we going to Utah? I mean, I realize we got colleagues here from Utah, not bashing Utah, but we got local vendors around close, that we can deal with. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 52 seconds. Honorable Simpson, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the Council, Madam Controller, good afternoon, and guests in the gallery, Shikedo, Shina de Matsai. Madam Speaker, and I'm going to be talking to both the Speaker and Madam Controller. It's very disturbing on this ARPA funds. How much has been expended in reference to chapter projects, reference to, I guess each delegate receiving $8.8 million, and percentage how much has been expended and how much is left in that account. I believe it's 300. I can barely see the numbers. 300. I think it's either 53 or $83 million. So, and this is going to continue the way the legislation was approved. Again, we talk about red tapes. Talk about a lot of bureaucracy we have to go through just to get a project approved.
and how to get these projects going. And I believe the 24th council budget the funds very well, but there's still too many red tapes on there to get this thing done. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to request the motion parties to include this in their motion. I direct it to you as a speaker to bring everyone together, the council, all the entities, OC, the president's office, OMB, DOJ, the city council. We need to start talking about how to quickly start spending this ARPA funds. You know, the deadline was given to us. I know Madam Controller said December 31st, 2024 for nomination to report back to DC, and the money has to be expended by December 31st, 2026. Let me make that correction. This money has to be obligated or expended by September 30th, 2024, because it has to give 3 months of the nomination to do the report. So with this, I'd like to ask the motion party to my directive to your office, Madam Speaker, to get this going ASAP, not 15 days, not 20 days. We have to expend this money and get it obligated by September 30th, 2024. That motion party indicate, and I'd like to have this session done probably within 7 days. And so we can get these delegates projects going within the communities. Is there my time?
Two minutes and 3 seconds reserve time. Honorable Simpson, for your request, we can recognize it as a verbal directive, or you can work here with the legal counsel to help draft that language for that directive.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the council, education and Madam Controller. Either way, I just asking the motion party to include that in their motion. And so we can get this thing done. Now, if there's a way that it has to be drafted, a language needs to be drafted, that's fine with me, but I think it was still the same. Just have the motion party modify their motion to include what I'm asking for, Madam Speaker. I reserve my time, thank you.
Petition Honorable Simpson, we did know for a verbal directive for the Office of the Speaker, the 25th Navajo Council, Office of Controller, Office of Management and Budget, Department of Justice, and Legal Counsel to have a meeting within 7 days regarding the ARPA funding.
And appropriate departments or division within the executive branch.
With that, including the appropriate division or programs from the executive branch to be part of this meeting within 7 days. Go ahead. We have reserved time of 2:03. Honorable Johnson, 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome the Office of Controller, Nomination Controller Brigade. Welcome, and thank you for being here with us today. My first question is, when are we, as a Navajo Nation government, going to move away from money orders? And
Question of privilege, a point of privilege by Honorable Toll.
Good afternoon again, Madam Speaker. I think Mr. Sampson wants to ask the motion party for this report. You should ask the motion party first if they're going to set their amendment. Then after that, you can go and get another delegate to do a ask question. That was in addition, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Toll, point of privilege in Lagi. Just for further discussion, Honorable Simpson did ask for a verbal directive to the office of the speaker and speaker myself. And also with the controller to have this meeting with all the involved parties. So it does not have to be with the motioning party. It does not need a concurrence with the motioning party, Kuda, Honorable Toll. Honorable Johnson, you have a time of 4 minutes and 42 seconds. We have 13 members present. We do have a quorum. And we have 2 honorable members via Zoom. Honorable Johnson, 4 minutes and 42 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This was more of a comment, the 164 process along with the FMI system, that needs to be changed, be improved. For a discussion with my colleagues, with the department, see how we can improve that system. And you mentioned that the hardships that were issued, and there's also a remaining balance still pending. Want to know what's going to happen to that balance that's just sitting there? Is that going to go back, or is that a lot of funding there just sitting there, not collecting interest? Enjoy my time.
Reserve time of 3:46. Honorable Sir.
Thank you very much, for the presentation. Also, your report. Overall, pertaining to the nation's accounts and trust funds are our amount that's been UFG, 6 and amounts, so forth. Thank you for that report. And I certainly think that should have been a really good meet and greet type of environment. Because a lot of the understanding of the office, especially with the how these trust funds and how these investments are invested, and the story directly from the controller office on how the monies are invested and where monies are spent. I think that story needs to be told to the overall body of the council. Some of us that understand where the monies are at, such as, you know, the $4 billion investment that we had on the trust fund. But there's other monies that are sitting there, such as the trust receipts and dollars that are sitting there in the first 5-year term of trust fund expenditure. And I think that number one, we really need to have a direct dialogue, a conversation with your office, just to give an overall understanding where these monies are at. I know this report has the information, but as the incoming delegates, they're here to understand how your report was presented to the council. And that way, I think that's where a lot of these other issues, these other questions would not arise. The understanding of the nation dollars really needs to be told to the body in a form of a one-on-one session. That way, they're all up, we're all up to par on everything. And that's the one request. And I think your office can go ahead and directly schedule some in that nature. Maybe bring your staff or have them give us a full-fledged information on whether it's the USB or, you know, just basic things, just like the 20 million that's in the USB that's not there, but it's earmarked for the next fiscal year that's coming up, the FY 2024 budget. So just that type of information would be very helpful to the council, and that way, you're not getting questions that are outside. Just like the some of the issue pertaining to the procurement process. You're just following the law, but the procurement process here, you know, if it needs to be changed, any delegate can drop legislation to change that. But the issue is the education on where the stumbling blocks are at in the program, such as paying our bills. You know, how can we effectively pay our bills a lot faster? You know, just like you know, earlier, I know that the Navajo Nation, some Navajo Nation employees still get paper checks. We should all be on direct deposit, you know, but just to print that check costs us about $60 now. Just to print one Navajo Nation check, about $60 is what it costs. So this a thought, again, Elizabeth. So thank you very much for coming back to try to support us. I know your position is just an acting status, but thank you. You know, who else would come back and say, "I'll do it"? You've been trying to get a person qualified to run that office, but no one has ever applied. I appreciate the services and we do.
Time, Honorable Son.
But thank you very much.
Madam Controller, responses?
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. First question from Delegate Begay, about the credit standing of the Navajo Nation. Actually, we have a bond rating of A stable. So that's good. On the bond market, on the financial market, we have an A stable rating. But of course, with our vendors, that's basically the complaint that we're not paying them on time. But as I stated earlier, we have a problem of programs not submitting the invoice to accounts payable, and we cannot pay the vendor if there's no receipt report or invoices submitted to accounts payable. And we'll try to work on that. Regarding the border towns, we'll look at that if the senior centers located at the border towns can have some kind of a procurement card to be able to purchase food, the thing right away instead of waiting for the vendor that's basically out of state to deliver the food or the propane. But we'll work with the senior centers on the border towns. For Delegate Simpson concern, yes, we are willing to attend any work session required to expand these ARPA funds. Yeah, it's concerning that the council and the president's office at the time worked so hard to have all these ARPA funding allocated to the programs, but to date, very minimal expenditures. For the question, Delegate Johnson, when are will stop accepting money market and money order payment? We have the capability to accept debit credit card payment for whoever is paying the Navajo Nation, like those that for example, we have a credit services department that issue personal loans. The borrowers pay through debit or credit card for that. And for those CARES grants that were not extended as of December 2022, to avoid returning the money back to U.S. Treasury, we're working on the replacement expenditures. U.S. Treasury allowed us to identify those general funded COVID-related expenditures that we can use to replace these unexpended CARES. So we're working on that, identifying the funds that were used to pay for water projects. I believe the Sihasen fund was used back in 2020 and 2021 for water projects that can be used to replace these unexpended CARES. Also, burial assistance was also being reviewed. And for the ARPA that has not been expended, of course, that's being invested in-house by Jeremy J. So it's earning interest because of that. Delegate So's comment about doing a work session with the council one-on-one. Yeah, we can schedule that. As a matter of fact, our financial advisor for our investment portfolio is willing to come here in Winter Rock and do a presentation on our investment portfolio. And of course, we can do educational on the Sihasen, how work is now. There's numerous projects funded by the previous council under the City Hospital Plan, and today no activity as well for those projects. So we can do educational from that as well as the UFP. And the most important is the procurement process. We can do that since we're planning to amend some of the provisions under the procurement process. Yeah, this is a good time to provide education so we can get feedback from the delegates how to improve our procurement process. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Yeah, Madam Controller, we have on reserve time, Honorable Crowdy, 56 seconds.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Speaker and Acting Controller, Ms. Begay. My final question is regarding CEJA.
Honorable Crowdy, hold on. Honorable Crowdy, 56 seconds. Honorable Crowdy, waste time. Honorable Jimenez, 3 minutes and 34 seconds.
I also waived my time. Thank you.
Honorable Mays waste time. Honorable Parrish, 2 minutes and 5 seconds.
Yeah, Speaker Curley, and hello again, Controller. I just wanted to add to what Delegate BA, Norman BA had mentioned about the looking through the procurement process for for chapters close to border towns. Could you also look into the possibility of looking at chapters who are far away from in really rural parts of the reservation that are not close to gas stations? Because when chapters in rural parts of the Navajo Nation need supplies for their chapters, they also have to consider the gas that it takes to get to their location, and most of the time they're paying out of pocket. So just adjusting to the so that these chapters are also serviced. Thank you. I waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Honorable Parrish waste time. We have Honorable Yonito with 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Honorable Helena Nesbigay, reserve time of 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Honorable Norman Begay, 52 seconds on reserve time. Waives his time. Honorable Simpson, 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Waives his time. Honorable Johnson, 3 minutes and 46 seconds.
You mentioned that the Navajo Nation is taking like debit cards, credit card payments. An example is the Navajo Nation daycare. They're still requiring money orders be payable to the Navajo Nation. That's my example. And
like that to be a debit payment, a credit card payment. Okay, let's go ahead and move on beyond this paper money order. And my second question is in regards to the tax revenues, the received and the collected. I would like to see a breakdown of the Western Agency tax collected. What was received and I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Honorable Yomito, you have reserved time of 2 minutes and 32 seconds.
I want to reserve my time. Waive my time.
Honorable Yomito waives time. Honorable Helena Nesbegay, reserved time of 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
I'll waive my time.
Honorable Begay waives her time via Zoom. Madam Controller, responses? Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to respond to Delegate Parrish on the chapters located in the rural part of the reservation. Chapters usually get their funding allocation in lump sum from the Navajo Nation government at the beginning of the fiscal year. So they control their funding, unless it's some other projects that we control the funding, but generally chapters get their funding in lump sum. So but we can work with chapters on creating some kind of procurement card to help them how to manage that. For Delegate Johnson, I will look on that, Navajo Nation daycare. Yeah, we can put out a memo that debit payment should be acceptable as well. And then for the tax revenue for Western Agency, we have to work with the Navajo Tax Commission, and we can provide you with that report. I believe I answered all the questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Controller, going back to reserve time, Honorable Johnson of 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
I'd like to know when the Navajo Nation government is going to implement their income tax, to do their own income tax. Reserve my time.
2:29 reserve time, Madam Controller. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for that question, Delegate Johnson. I'm not in a position to answer that question. It will be a joint effort with the Navajo Tax Commission that will be in charge of that, as well as again with the council as a whole has to make that decision, and of course the office of the president and vice president. But we look forward for that because, as I stated, the permanent trust fund income is supplementing the Navajo Nation government general fund budget in the 14 million. And it will be helpful to get additional source of revenue to operate the Navajo Nation government. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Controller, Honorable Johnson, you have the reserve time of
Just want to thank the Office of Controller. Gage, want to thank you for being here with us today and reporting, giving us a report. I look forward to meeting with you in regards to my questions, as well as your office, as well as the Tax Commission office. Yeah, thank you for being here. Waive the rest of my time.
Honorable Johnson raises time. Honorable Shana M. Cloud, 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Controller. My name is Shauna Claw and I'm from Chinle. I wanted to ask you a few questions. One of them is, can you tell us the number but people can call into if they have not received their CARES money? We do have constituents who have tried the numbers and tried the emails. So I think that's very important for our constituents to hear that information. The second question I have for you is regarding, we're talking about revenue. And one of the things that our chapters are trying to do is to seek reimbursement from FEMA. Yesterday, I did pose a question regarding when the reimbursement comes in, how do the chapters receive the money back into their accounts? And what is the time frame and the process for that? So those are some of the questions that I have. So if you could just answer that for me, I appreciate it. And then I'll waive the rest of my time. Yeah.
Honorable Claus, waives her time. Madam Controller, your responsive.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question, Delegate Claw. On the, actually, what we're giving out now is the ARPA hardship assistance. And all the telephone numbers, they're posted on our website. I apologize that some numbers are not being answered, but there's like over 10 numbers posted on our website, as well as there's the email that they can email. I'll give you the number. I can print it here, but it is on the OOC website, all the numbers that they can call to get an update on their ARPA hardship assistance. And for the revenue, how the chapter can receive the reimbursement from FEMA, I believe that was discussed yesterday, that FEMA is basically behind in processing the reimbursement to the chapters, and the application is from the LGA certified chapter. I believe it will be deposited directly to the chapter's bank account. If not, if it's going to be with the Navajo Nation program, as soon as we get the reimbursement, of course, we can reimburse and issue the check right away to the chapter, because it's not really the Navajo Nation funding, it's the chapter reimbursement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Controller. Did I see anybody else in queue for questions? And we also do not have any more reserved claims. Thank you, Madam Controller, for being here with us this afternoon. Members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, if there's no more further questions, we'll be going up to the ground board for a vote regarding the report from the Office of the Controller. The quality vote screen via text. Honorable Daniels vote screen via text. This is Council Nancy Gay. I vote green. Honorable Marina Nancy Gay votes green via text. Via Zoom. This is Nancy Gay voting green. Thank you. Honorable Marina Gay, we did get your vote via Zoom. Honorable members of the council, we have 18 in favor and 0 opposed, speaker not voting. Report accepted. Honorable Unito.
Ja, nummer 3 och Shahakuro, I'd like to request for the suspension of rule to the amendment on the agenda to add emergency report from the election office pertaining to collapsing the house, and the guests we have are standby. Mr. Larry Noble and his staff are here. I want to have them to come and do a report. That's what I want to request. Because we're losing quorum here.
Honorable Unito, is this from a report for Navajo Nation Board of Elections or Navajo Nation's election administration?
For the, Mr. Noble can explain what his department is. Mr. Noble? There's two over there. Yes, it is from the elections office. It's emergency.
Point of order, Honorable Chair.
Madam Speaker, I think we need to stick with our agenda. If we want that report, it should be at the tail end. We have a whole bunch of report that we need to follow. So if that needs to happen, it will go under 9 oral report E, instead of jumping the gun up to the skipping the VIA. So I don't understand his intent. He should have said amend the agenda to this resolution. I mean, to the agenda, require 16 to pass. Any addition, Madam Speaker?
No, it's someone has one. Many
I cannot add that honorable talk for that point of order. However, there is a motion on the floor from a fellow colleague to add a report from the Navajo Election Administration and the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors regarding the future of office building. So I would honor the motion that is on the floor from our colleague here, Honorable Yanito. Honorable Yanito, on the board, is that your correct language? Honorable Yanito, this will require a 2/3 vote, which will be 16 members. Do we have a second? Second by Honorable Son. Put out to the motion that was made, Honorable Son.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, fellow colleagues. Majority of the departments are closed. Issue has the, are we gonna give some money to them to fix it, or just ask the council to look down? We got yet to be a report. So I know it can be done, but we need to stick with our agenda. Thank you. Very much.
If there's no additional comments to the motion on the floor. Honorable Yanito.
This is an emergency because it's pertaining to collapsing the office. Can we just have a quick response by the reports from the office of election by Mr. Murray Nova?
Okay, Honorable Yanito, you do have a motion on the floor to add a report. However, we can, another option is also we can recess as well. If you want an immediate, response, and then we can have that discussion of the delegates to talk with them as well. So you do also have an emotion in place in a second. So it would require a 2/3 vote to add them to the agenda.
So. Okay, I want to withdraw my motion and I want to go ahead and request for a 10 minutes recess.
Second motion, do you concur with withdrawal? Honorable So concurs. Honorable delegates, I believe we've been in session for a few hours and we haven't taken a few minutes for a recess. And if you do like, go meet, Honorable Yanito within these 10 minutes, I'll call for recess for 10 minutes at 3:41 p.m.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, that's really left. Right here. Now want to pass a Zoom?
Honorable Gay. Honorable Claudia. Honorable Phil. Honorable County President via Zoom. Honorable Norman Begay. We have 17 members and 14 members on the floor. So we have 17 members present. Honorable Smith.
That's it. No, thank you for some time. What keeping on with the tomorrow, some of the delegation has to be in Twin Arrows pertaining to the Navajo Hopi Land Commission office. What I see tomorrow, we're not gonna finish these reports. So with that, Madam Speaker, I'm gonna move forward to I'll make a motion to accept all the reports and a request that all reports, whether they're oral or written, be sent to your office and the chief of staff, and then from there they can disseminate that to the council so that we can read through the report. But due to tomorrow's schedule for the delegates that are directly impacted by the Navajo Hopi Land Commission office, the president has scheduled time for Friday, and Saturday. With that, I want to make that motion because most likely I won't be here tomorrow. That's I can make that motion. And then, yeah, reserve my time.
3:34 reserve time. And there's a second by Honorable Arisa.
There's a motion to accept all oral and written reports and directs the speaker to provide electronic copies to the 25th Navajo Nation Council. You do have a second by Arvizo. Honorable Toth. To that motion.
Megan, I want to say, give me time to speak also, Madam Speaker. Okay, excuse me. I was looking at, let's do this way. Let's do, hear the report from the board of election supervisor, Katie Conjundoli. TLC and out, Madam Speaker, Oroha Larry Noble. That Nalwa for Evago. I believe we have the directors going to give us a report. After that, the motion to initiative. ICP now, we have got to make some corrective to this office, to relocate a so in gets, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Toth. However, there is a request, but the Navajo Nation Board of Elections and Elections Administration is not on the agenda. However, you can add it to the agenda after Honorable Stowe's motion. So right now we are on Honorable Stowe's motion. Honorable Azareth. This is to the motion.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I've got the same question as Honorable Toth, so I'll waive. I'm not waive. I'll reserve my time.
Time of 4:51 reserve. Honorable Yanito, 5 minutes to the motion. Honorable Yanito.
I want to make an amendment to allow the election office to make a report to us. And then follow the other reports that also requested. That will be my motion.
Honorable Yanito, that is another motion. There's already a motion on the floor, but the recommendation is to have that motion following Honorable Stowe's. So that we can't have two motions on the floor for the Honorable Yanito. Honorable Dennis Rickiness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Curley. Honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I would like to ask Honorable Otto Stowe and Honorable Stephen Arvizo to modify their motion to provide a directive to find a proper place for the election office to settle and have an office. And if we get a report, it's not on the agenda. I'm still going to vote red anyways, even if we try to put them on the agenda because they're not listed on there. But the right to just have a directive would be best to follow here. So that's all I would like to say. I would like to reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve time of 4:06. Also, there is a request for modification.
Yes, I concur with the directive that you want to implement, pertaining to the election board, any of that. Thank you.
Honorable Visa, do you concur? Honorable Visa concurs. Audible so the Kagish Alphabet. It says to modification directive to the office of the speaker to assist the Navajo election administration to relocate to continue services. Are there any questions to that motion? We do have reserved time by Honorable Azarette, 4 minutes and 51 seconds. He waives it. Honorable Ricky Nez, 4 minutes and 6 seconds. He waives it. The board of Anapos Kitko will go to the board to vote on this motion. Calling for a vote. Honorable Crowley votes red via text. One minute to vote. Honorable Johnson votes green via text. Honorable Norman DeGay.
Looking down votes, we have 12 in favor and 4 opposed. Speaker not voting. Honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we're on old business number 12, none. Honorable Toll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, motion to adjourn.
There's a motion to adjourn, second by Honorable Azarette. If there's discussion, voting board, vote to adjourn. Sorry, I didn't figure it out again. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Crotty. We have 10 seconds to vote.
Delegate Crotty votes red.
Delegate Crotty votes red via text, via Zoom. 15-1. We have the 15 of in favor and 1 opposed. Motion carries to adjourn. Honorable delegates of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we adjourn our 2023 Navajo Winter Council session at 4:21 p.m.